I'm here with my future animatronic duck, Dicky. Topic: Women hate other women. Women hate other women. This is us revisiting a segment from yesterday to further expand and react to people's reactions. The battles were so fierce because the stakes were so low. Women hating other women. Because the stakes are so low, the battles can be incredibly fierce. Because what the conclusion, beta males that are men, they hate other beta males. And the reason that the battles are so fierce is you think that there's no downside. You think like women. And when men think like women, what kind of results do you get? Low stake cat fights, no one dies. This is why women hate other women. It's a cat fight where the stakes don't end in death. It's just low stakes, emotional. What's that phrase called where you're being passive aggressive? Number three, when men fight, men die. And four, when you make an enemy out of a man, when you make an enemy out of a man, you make an enemy for life. When you make an enemy out of a woman, you just have a woman who's either a boss babe or a housewife. Either way, there's no downside. Let me repeat that. When you make an enemy out of a man, you make an enemy for life. But when you make an enemy out of a woman, you're just two women in a cat fight, or you make a housewife, or she's a boss babe. There's no real downside. And sometimes if you make an enemy out of a woman, she's going to say, oh my gosh, I'm going to not want to have you think that I'm an enemy for life. Let me give you makeup sex. I love makeup sex. Do you like my duck? Ha ha ha, what is this? This is cringe. I'm leaving. Bye bye. Bye bye. I'm gonna moderate you before you leave. See you later. See you later. Or hate watch this. This is what happens when you make an enemy out of a person who should be your friend is they become a moderator. Women hating other women, men solving women hating on each other. Enjoy being enjoy being a mod. Enjoy being a mod. Huh? What is this? What this is why women hate other women. And you didn't ask me what my pronouns were because my pronouns are she, her, he, she, he, she. Women hating on other women. The battles were so fierce between women because the stakes were so low. You see, academia, where women are currently thriving. Good job, women. Good job, women. Academia, college. Being able to sit quietly like women if men exhibit male behaviors, chemical castration, chemical castration. Don't let boys be boys. Medicate boys to be women. Why women hate other women. You see, in academia, there's a saying the battles were so fierce because the stakes were so low. The battles were so fierce, right? It's similar to women. This is a segment from yesterday. This is a segment from yesterday. Oh, thank you. Wow. Wow. I'm feeling honored at your honoring the turnaround. We're about to turn this around even more because I've got pages and pages of content that's basically a PhD thesis on gender studies. Um what am I getting into? We're getting into green tea. Let's 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 take being up all night. Let's take being up all night. Let's brew ourselves some green tea. We're going to be solving 17,000 years of civil war. We're going to be solving 17,000 years. We're going to be solving women hating on other women before the end of this video. You see, the Civil War occurs because biologically, women have historically gone to battle, fierce battles that are emotional only, incredibly acrimonious, emotional, psychological battles with women who are not in competition for eggs performing or sperm swimming, but for resources because of the Kenelon effect for the Kenelon effect. You see, the reason right now, today, January 3, 2026, is such a turbulent time is the fact that we're in another Roman Empire. Let's not laugh at men while we laugh at men about thinking about the Roman Empire. The the fidelity, the clarity, the fiduciary audit of women hating on other women, it connects directly to when the money is shown to be fake, the Kenelon effect. Have you seen when women want solutions from the government? Have you seen when women fight other women, now there's a random Asian guy in a cowboy hat having to moderate? Have you seen two roosters fighting and then the kitty cat is forced to arbitrage? I watch funny animal videos. I can't help but laugh. Why? Because sometimes two cats are fighting and the rooster or hen is mediating. You see, the Kenelon effect for money. I'm going to get to your guys' comments because I care. But I'm also trying to stay on topic, off script. Kenelon effect for money. It's how close to the government money printer do people stand? What in the world are certain men and women making so much money? The closest example to standing closest to the money printer is by running a daycare that's equal to the GDP of the country that the migrants are coming from. Not interrupting this message with a commercial break, but sequitur to women's gut health issues, gastrointestinal health. Are you eating too much processed food? When was the last time you ate a sour piece of fruit? The reason I ask this is more bitter, more better. More bitter, more better. Brain fog, your stomach is your second brain. This is not a sponsored message. Grapefruits did not sponsor this message. We as women can have increased health in endometriosis and avoiding polycystic ovarian syndrome by doing what? By doing what? Brewing green tea? No. My grapefruit, my grapefruit, it brought a friend. My grapefruit brought a friend. You see, when we eat sour fruits, like grapefruit, our inflammation gets reduced, our gut biome improves, and our likelihood of experiencing polycystic ovarian syndrome, it's mitigated. Why? Because the whole thing is driven on inflammation. Kind of like when women fight other women invisibly, or we fight an invisible foe, that enemy is called inflammation. This is not an advertising message. I can't help it. I hear problems that women have. I hear problems that Stanford has. I hear problems and I just want to solve them. It's almost sunrise. 99 days of Christmas, 99 days of sunrise videos, the 12 days of open AI, the ninth day of South by Southwest, she MD. She like my pronoun, MD like a medical doctor, which I am not, but somehow smarter than. Why? Because internal civil war, that is dis-ease. Internal mental battles, that is a psychological civil war. Ladies, when we wage war with our own brain, tearing our own brain down with negative self talk, we are doing what? What are we doing? We're destroying ourselves in the same way that we destroy other women who are 6 years younger, being destroyed by a woman who's 6 to 8 years older, or postmenopausal popping in, premenopausal, angry at everybody, hot flashes everywhere. Let's solve men versus men shit testing men. If the war were overt and clear, there'd be a clear winner and a clear loser. This is why men have been able to make more money than us since time began. Why are the battles invisible? When you're constantly nipping at a psychological war, that's our response to not being physically as strong. But the good news right now is that beta males, sigma males, and males in general have been castrated either by diet, too much processed food, too much chemical castration, too many therapeutic drugs castrating men, the disparity in strength from men to women has never been at a smaller delta. Why, even given this truth, do we still psychologically try to hurt our own brain? Why is there civil war? Have you heard women are women's worst enemy? Because when you're calling the patriarchy the enemy, you're conjuring up a Manchurian foe. I'm sorry that I took the time to make my PhD thesis defense, which is a faux PhD, because Dr. Chang, PhD in gender studies, that's not going to help my physics first principles aerospace engineering effort. That doctorate is not going to help. But it is going to help you guys. This is why. You see, men have never been weaker, mentally or biologically. The only men that are violating are the ones that are immigrants that we voted for. This is the delta in strength. You see, the Civil War, women to women, it needs to stop. The strife, the internal gender strife, it stopped when we met a woman who had a giant penis in our steam room at LA Fitness. You see, that man who was a woman, that was some of the funniest shiitake I've ever seen on YouTube. You guys should check out my channel, What They Don't Teach You in School, Sunrise Video, Sunrise Comedy. The hardest lighting to ace is interior day. Director of photography works within women hating other women because film school, you can't hate the sun for going down. Film school, exterior night, there is no sun, it's hard to shoot. Interior day, the sun moves, we're gonna be screwed. Why swear at the sun? Why are you swearing and going to battle against a woman who's 7 years younger, who just happens to have 93 more eggs than you? You see, this is why men have been able to succeed, because men who have 34 billion sperm in their nutsack, they don't look at a man who's got 39 billion sperm in their nutsack called a 19-year-old. You see, a 35-year-old doesn't yell at a 19-year-old, hey, I hate you, you have 73 more eggs than I do. What? This is why men can cheer other men. Why don't men intrinsically just hate other men that are more testosterone than them? I mean, why? Beta males, that's what happens when men act like women and try to tear down betas. Beta males hate other beta males. How red pill is this? This is not comedy, pure comedy for comedy's sake. This is some of the most, I'm just going to be an honest woman. This is some of the most genius content for women. Women told me that I'm the vagina whisperer, hashtag vagina whisperer. Why don't men hate other men? Men not only are not default hate other men 7 years younger than them. If you don't think that that's true about women, search inside your feelings, young Princess Leia. Search. Do you have any friends that are 8 years younger than you? Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps. We're getting to the good stuff. It's going to become great stuff. Remember, Larry Chang, IANG, not to be confused with Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang. Larry Chang, IANG, not to be confused with John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. I know it's confusing. It's a bunch of 6'2" or 6'5" Chinese guys. We all look alike. Some of us could be AI. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang. Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang. Have you ever seen all 6 of us in one room together? Which of you are AI? Which of you are the vagina whisperer, endometriosis, grapefruit, polycystic ovarian syndrome? Let's make women better than men by the end of this video. You've just met the person you should never call pussy magnet. That's disrespectful. Value me for more than my hot face and good looks. I don't have imposter complex. I just have a body of women's studies work written by my author name, Larry Chang. Did I start trans? Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm not sorry. You see, imposter complex it affects women different from men. Entrepreneurship, risk adoption, it affects women different from men. Sometimes I get my pronouns mixed up. My pronouns are in flux. She, he, she. I don't want credit for this. Somebody please steal this PhD thesis because I have 13 more PhD theses. If you've just met me for the first time, I'm Larry Chang. I do videos at Sunrise, but my channel's on what they don't teach you in school. What I did learn in school at a guest lecture, which was March 9, was women's use of hashtags. Are women using a hashtag like it's an exclamation point? Because a hashtag is connected conversations. A hashtag is no more civil war. Let's dovetail. Let's not even olive branch. Let's use these olive branches to monkey branch our way, not to a taller, more successful Chinese male monkey branching. There is no taller, better looking American man to olive branch to. There is no hypergamy, more hypergamous. Why? Because I'm going to be explaining before the end of this video reverse sugar daddy. How we can win as women, making Larry Chang our sugar baby. These are not just jokes. These are hilarious and true. Remember, I am not a pussy magnet highly resembling a pussy magnet. I am the vagina whisperer. You see, our vaginas put out chemical, and the chemical I connected to, remember, we're olive branching like some women used to monkey branch. We're olive branching. This is your first orange pill. Red pilling a woman, it's impossible. When I swallow a red pill, okay, nothing happens. I'm not even going to swallow. True story, the vagina whisperer doesn't swallow red pills. This is olive branching. So, what we're olive branching towards is this singular insight with 650 bullet points. I'm going to get to literally 300 of them, not over promising and under delivering by lying to you and saying my urethra external connection is 17 units long. I would never lie to you. This is me showing you that I'm the Vagina Whisperer. March 9, South by She MD endometriosis. You see, I'm sitting front row, dressed similarly to this, at YouTube Influencers Connection Lounge. Woman jumps on stage and says, "Hi, everybody. We're going to talk about vagina." People are like, "Are you serious? We're going to talk about vagina?" All the guys you'd think would be like, "Cool." All the guys are like, "Please don't say vagina again." "Oh, I'm going to say vagina." She said this. "I want to say vagina 17 more times, if not 100 more times. We're going to debut a podcast, She MD." I swear I'm going to get to your messages. If I should make somebody a moderator, please let me also know. Not even reading, I'm just going to make random women the moderator. Happy? You're moderating. It's deeply understanding Chang knowledge. The duck is required. March 9, 2025, SheMD live broadcast of their podcast, The Attention Getter, because we didn't know what the agenda was. There was no agenda. She stands up and says, "We're going to talk about vaginas. We're going to talk about vaginas. We're going to talk about women's health. We're going to talk about launching our podcast, She MD. We're going to bring up expert guests. We're going to talk about women's health. We're going to talk about how our cervixes, our ovaries, our vaginas are going to be more healthy. Men, we encourage you to stay. We're going to talk a lot about vagina. We need allies. We need allies. Every man by the second vagina utterance made a beeline for the exits. It was comical. I've never seen it more comical. It was you could visualize it. You don't need to be there on Rainy Street. You did not even need to be there. What did I do? What did I do? I look super heterosexual and I look like I have horrible ADD, right? I look like it. I don't have as bad a ADD because I'm managing the chemicals that are coming out of my vagina, my apotaco. All a vagina is an inside out or outside in penis, I think. Still work on that. So, all the dudes are exiting for the door. What do? You see, when other men run from truth, I whip out, I whip it out. What do I whip out? I whip out my pliable brain because my brain, it's a flower. It just wants to be inserted into my brain. It's a vessel. It's open, it's pliable. Will you put something inside of my brain? You see, my brain is on because I did not want to be there. But mentally, I learned how to fix my broken brain. Can you sit in a room quietly for 20 minutes and not touch your phone? Ladies, no. Can you sit quietly and listen to a boring topic and gin out a PhD thesis the way that I did? No. Can you sit here and swallow the genius bullet points and components of what a Chinese cowboy or Oriental cowboy is going to talk to you about women hating other women? Yes, you can. Good job. Can you turn around your brain to accept that there is a new leader of the feminist group that is a very good looking female named Larry Chang? You see, there's no workshop after this. There's no paid component. Your payment is laughing when you're trying to suppress your laugh. We're still talking about SheMD's podcast. Because every other guy ran. Me, I whipped out my notebook. And I'm like, I bet there's going to be some comedic content in here. Let's get into women's health. Because you don't know this, but I do. Women's bodies, women's wisdom. I've revisited that book. Why? Because I was tired of women lying to me about their body. So I was going to read the book, Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom. Let's benefit from a keynote or podcast taping that you did not go to that circles back to why women hate other women. You see, she was trying to push away men. Have you ever said something to try to push men away? She's trying to push men away. I was in the front row. There was no escaping. I was literally in the front row. The audience was set up like a horseshoe. I'm in the front row. I'm the only person in the room taking notes. I'm the only man. And I'm wearing this cowboy hat. And I know you can't tell because I'm doing stand-up comedy sitting down. But I'm a ginormous 240-pound, 6'5" guy in the front row taking notes. It looks like there's an NFL quarterback with a cowboy hat furiously scribbling notes. She says vagina for the 307th time, no exaggeration, SheMD podcast. I am taking a copious amount of notes. Endometriosis. This is due to inflammation. This is what happens when our ovarian lining grows outside of our ovaries. Have you ever had hair growth that you didn't want hair? Well, it turns out I understand how to solve that. What happened was counterintuitive because while I should have been running away from this intellectual repository of some of the most genius shit that I've ever heard before, which is SheMD. The counterintuitive truth is I made more money taking notes in the front row than every woman combined times 5. Now, I don't say this because I'm bragging. I'm saying this while putting myself in grave danger of female attacks, which are completely harmless. That's why I'm willing to risk social media ratioing. This is why I'm willing to risk temporary cultural misjudgment, misdiagnoses. Why? Because my diagnosis, plural, for women hating other women, it's some of the most genius stuff that anyone's ever said. Let's look first at note taking. See, body language. I wasn't even talking. I don't think I even asked any questions outside of, can you repeat that? I maybe said, can you repeat that twice? Because sometimes we're talking and then we turn our head. Tinfoil hat fell off. So sometimes talking to the microphone, we turn our head and then sometimes the sound doesn't pick up. The only question I asked was, can you repeat that? Fine. I will temporarily move my duck, but it's only because I'm listening to you. I'm replacing my duck with a starfish. You see, from a body language perspective, I was furiously taking notes as the only man who looks like an NFL backup quarterback. I don't look like the starter. Let's be honest with each other. Because from a body language perspective, I was taking a massive amount of notes. Why was I taking notes? I was taking notes as a mental exercise. I wanted to pull out my phone and do 2 screens. You see, I wanted to pull out my phone because physically I didn't want to be there. I felt a ton of eyes on me, but I was going to take that negative attention. You get out. You're a man. This should be a safe space for women. Look at what we do as women tearing down another woman. Oh, this is what we want to do for moderation is we want to just moderate ourselves. But it's okay that you moderate other people. Larry, you look like an uncle who used to fondle me. This is what we as women do when we destroy other women. Here I am building women up, and a man or a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a woman, says to me, Larry, you have genius things to say. You look like an uncle who used to fondle me. So you're throwing a Hail Mary SA charge. You're throwing a completely unfounded sexual assault charge. There is no way that your uncle looks 6'5", Chinese, super hot, while rocking a physics PhD, unmatriculated, with a Harvard Business School PhD, published and defended, non-matriculated. Why? You're first going to need to give the Wright brothers an honorary degree. You see, the Wright brothers, they got beta mailed into posthumously not having any degree. As a woman, I'm not good with the Wright brothers getting screwed for inventing aerospace engineering and then the Smithsonian saying other people invented airplanes before you. This is what we do as women. This is what we do as women all the time is some Wright brothers Smithsonian shit. This is not ancient history. To me, this happened yesterday because the Wright brothers, they put an airplane up in space above the ground, not stratosphere. Women, stop saying that men didn't make it into the moon. Women, stop saying Elon Musk didn't do amazing aerospace engineering things. It makes us look like beta males. It makes women look like beta males who are allergic to the word Elon Musk. Are you allergic to Larry Chang? No. You're really digging this content. Thank you for your attention. I don't need you to like it, and I definitely don't want you to sub. This is one foray into, hey Larry, your women hating other women segment. It's some of the most genius stuff I've ever seen. Can you expand on it? No, thank you. You see, I'm sitting front row taking notes. I'm sitting front row. And what happens when I take notes? I make more money than every woman in the room combined times 10 in one day, March 9. Why? This is women hating other women connected to Web 12. In the same way that I don't want to run the new feminist movement, in the same way that I don't want to be Larry Chang, vagina whisperer, because people don't know the difference between vagina whisperer, who is a person who understands that our vaginas produce chemical that affects our brain. Our vaginas affect our pineal gland. Our vaginas on cycle or postmenopausal have chemical volatility. Why is it that we had to rely on a cis hetero male to understand vaginal chemical as it connects to the pineal gland? You just now understand everything about everything. Have you ever been to a Joe Dispenza workshop? Have you ever meditated and oscillated higher in understanding and remove disease because of 4 types of brain waves: beta, alpha, theta, delta? You see, when you're going to battle, remember, the battles were so fierce because the stakes are so low. If you're going into an imaginary battle with low stakes but high intensity, you're ruining your own brain's beta waves. This is Larry Chang, the vagina whisperer. Your beta waves are causing endometriosis. Meditate more. Would you like to spend $800,000 on a yoga class? For men, it's $800,000. For women, it's $0. Why is it $0 for women? What is this yoga class? You see, this yoga class is page 42, Nadi Shodhana breathing. You can kind of see how I'm a yoga teacher. You can kind of see it. Why is this yoga class $800,000 for men? Because men don't hate alpha male men called the vagina whisperer. They love it. They'll pay $800,000 because they're kind of curious and they think that it's going to be amazing. Why do women get it for free, Larry? Why do women get it for free? Because I have fuck you money. I'm the only woman in America that understands fuck you money. This is fuck you money. It's $0 to do a 19-minute video, 19-minute yoga class, 57-minute yoga class. If you're intimidated by math because you think that the patriarchy took math over in base 10 math, Roman numerals keeping us in the dark. Why are men keeping us in the dark with these Roman numerals and base 10 math? It would be 3 times 19, which is a 19-minute yoga class on Nadi Shodhana breathing. Larry, low key, you're hilarious. Thank you. Thank you. These jokes are 100.0% true. 19-minute yoga class, Nadi Shodhana breathing, $800,000. Why? Because your inflammation is causing your neck to be chubby. You've got a double chin. You got a double chin. You hate women that have also a double chin. It's two people with double chins hating each other. Like that woman that you hate, she's got a double chin. She's just got 73 more eggs than you, or 115 more eggs than you. She's got the same number of chins. She's got the same number of chins. Why don't we both lose a chin? Why don't we both lose one chin? Larry, I can't peel a grapefruit to save my endometriosis. Larry, will you come over? Will you come over and peel a grapefruit for me so that way I don't experience polycystic ovarian syndrome in 30 years? Cool. It sounds like you're older than 21, 22. You're older than 22, younger than 23. I will come over and peel you a grapefruit to reduce inflammation. You thought I was going to say blanket no. I will come over using AI Web 12. What am I talking about right now? I'm talking about solving the problem of, hey Larry, why do women hate other women? You see, I solved this with 17 pages, 2 pictures, 1 graph. I'm not going to graph it out for you. I will graph it out for you. It's market value. It's egg count, where women by default hate other women who are 7 to 9 years younger than them. And then there are these micro generations. This is what COVID taught me. Everybody gets a voice. Okay, this sounds like a hellscape, but it'll make me feel like I have more than 24 hours in a day. Let's go listen to feminists gripe, bitch, and drag down other women. I'm going to go headlong into it. That's why I whipped out my notebook. You see, when we slow time down, we fix our brain. You see, when everybody gets a voice, we reveal who we are. We reveal who we are. We're still at March 9 SheMD. So I whip out my notebook. Something else got whipped out later because, oh my God, I can't make this up. So I'm furiously taking notes, and my friends who are females are like, that's just Larry. He's very studious. You see, I look like I party all the time because I do party all the time. But when I'm in class or a lecture, I'm going to be attempting to be the best student. Are you guys hydrating? I hope you are. No dry vaginal mucus for you. Are you guys drinking green tea? Ooh. Me asking you guys to drink green tea kind of makes me thirsty for it. Teaser. Misogyny, right? Teaser. We're talking about women hitting other women. Massage on knee. Massage on knee. Furiously taking notes, the body language of a person who's learning. The podcast lasts for over 90 minutes. The podcast lasts for over 90 minutes. I'm using my notebook to literally show random dudes, beta males, who are saying, I don't even know how you make money. I don't even know how you make money. My pussy hurts. I don't even know how you make money. That's exactly how beta males sound. Page 127, page 132, mushy, 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 memorizing stuff where we fix our broken brains. Our vagina chemicals are causing us to be default ADD, not just interrupting men, because we should be interrupting men, right? Even during a monologue, we should be interrupting men. It's fixing our attention span. What is our chemical? What is our brain chemical? Do we have brain fog? Why does this guy have no brain fog? You see, I'm in the front row, furiously scribbling notes. Why? Because I want to show those beta male bitches who are nipping at my heels. I hear the gossip. I hear it. I'm aware of Quora. Is Larry the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley? You don't. I see the Quora. Why is Larry Chang so strange? It is very strange for a man to take such care in learning about endometriosis. It is very special, losers say strange, to care about polycystic ovarian syndrome. You see, I'm related to Chang family females. I want their lady parts to be healthy into time. Brain health, gut health, below the belt health. I'm very disturbed at my own language right now. I have some really, really, really hot cousins and aunties. Ooh. So, if you want to be hot too, okay, if you want to be a hot auntie, not my hot auntie, don't be creepy, okay? Don't be creepy. And don't creep on my social media as my co founder's wife going, Larry's in pictures with like all sorts of cupcakes and ew, ew, ew. There's this Asian girl in a bikini. I'm like, excuse me? Excuse me? Yeah, there's an Asian girl in a bikini. I only date white women. So that Asian girl in a bikini, I gotta see pictures. I didn't say I only date white women. Show me the picture. Co-founder's wife shows me the picture. Guess who the picture is of? That's not that's not a conquest. That's an auntie. That's an auntie. My co-founder's wife. Women hate other women. My co-founder's wife, Matt Smith's wife, ex-wife. My co-founder's wife was jealous about my auntie. What are you even doing looking through my social media trying to be angry? Why? 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 Because women hate other women. Why? The battles were so fierce because the stakes were so low. You see, I was taking a furious amount of notes because I wanted to show people who were men how to make money on a topic that there's no way that I was going to make money on. It turns out I did make money on that. That was March 9 because that was day 9 of the important thing. Don't hate Larry Chang, just take my money, which is grab a pen. I'm about to give you some money and a free vacation to South by Southwest. I know. I know. This is why my channel should be 15 million, but it's currently at an anemic level. Maybe it's my style. Larry, if you just edited your videos, then I could pay attention. Oh, cool. Why don't you fuck yourself and not pay attention and fucking fuck off? I don't need your likes or your subs. Like I care about delegating making money to Susan Wojciechowski, who unfortunately passed away. She used to be CEO of YouTube, running Chad Hurley and Steve Chen's website. I think she government indoctrinated herself because a woman was trying to destroy other women by getting you to take experimental drugs. I recommend going drug free. You can be angry and try to unlike things. It's amazing. Thank you for unliking, because you not liking shows me that you're at civil war with yourself. I love you more than you love yourself. I love you. You can feel the love. Why? Because you're trying to say, Larry, I hate you, but I can tell what your vagina is doing right now. It's not hating, it's appreciating. Sorry, I just ventured into pussy magnet. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. This is why I am the only person on planet Earth that can be the vagina whisperer, because I'm such a pussy magnet and I literally DGAF. And plus, you can't cancel the leader of the feminist movement. Impossible to cancel. Impossible. I've tried. I've tried. I've tried. I've tried. Taking notes. I'm going to bullet. You guys have been very patient. I'm going to bullet point. So that way you can jot these notes down and then never come back again. You can even steal this content. I, Larry Chang, woman, rising, transfer Larry Chang's intellectual property so that you can sample, steal, copy, reuse without previous authorization. This is Larry Chang's consent. First person to say consent wins. I'm the vagina whisperer who helped men turn consent into foreplay. I can't help it. I hear a problem and I just make almost $1 million solving it. Let's bullet point. The most important thing is your brain attached to paper. You see, you're getting intimidated right now from a guy with an IQ of below 90. I'm not going to say my IQ. Okay, I'll say it. It's 88. Because people get alpha males. They get even more mad because at a certain level, alpha males are beta males. And when you can turn an alpha male into a beta male, you understand why I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley, running shit out of Stanford, at Stanford, with University of Illinois only. That is literally a bullet point. I know it's a bitter pill to swallow. We are women. We don't swallow the red pill, okay? We are women. We don't, we fight against the patriarchy. And that's funny because you should fight against the patriarchy, but you shouldn't destroy women as a collateral damage. You see, my IQ is below 90. Yet why is this the most genius thing that you've ever heard? I don't like saying that. I'm an American Chinese person. I don't talk shit like you black and white people. Oh my God, the level of confidence that liberal white women have is off the chart. Is off the chart. In a national park, not breaking laws, the confidence to talk trash of your behavior offends me. I'm going to write a law in my head and make you adhere to this new rule. Rules for thee, not for me. That's white and black people, dare I say also Jewish. Welcome to the tribe. Let's identify why the leader of the Jews, Larry Chang, is also leading females. This is why, with an IQ of 88. You see, when you put pen to paper, your iPhone, Steve Jobs' personal friend, doesn't destroy your brain. The reason I dropped in the Steve Jobs' personal friend is I'm not going to beta mail Steve Jobs by going, oh, I don't even know how to beta mail Steve Jobs. Actually, I do. My IQ's 500. Hey, your iPhone, it doesn't even do what my sidekick does. Paste copy, copy paste. What are your engineers there? Fucking retarded? That's a beta mail telling Steve Jobs that his iPhone version 1 sucks. This is women hating other women, which is having thoughts about capitalism while immersed in socialism, broadcasting her message. Larry, why do women hate other women? It's like hating capitalism while you're in a socialist construct, receiving socialism, broadcasting that over Web 2 on social media from an iPhone. This is not a long-winded way of saying your phone's breaking your brain. This is a specific thesis. It's solved simply using Web 12. It's solved simply with pen to paper. We're getting psychologically operated and manipulated. We, as women, we fight other women with 1,000 minor cuts. There is such a thing as chemical castration. I almost said that there's no such thing as salpingo-oophorectomy or unilateral oophorectomy or a mastectomy. That's psychological. There is such a thing as psychological mastectomies. We don't need to get hysterical about this psychological reverse hysterectomy. You see, I'm augmenting your ovary, mammary gland with this boob job if you're older than 22 and younger than 23. These are not jokes. This is actually super insightful. You see, when I date a woman, she becomes mentally healthier because I'm the vagina whisperer. What happens is counterintuitive. Some of you are going to hurl while your vagina gets moistened. her boobs get bigger and her skin becomes glistening. Why? Because it's, can I have a bite of that? Can I have a bite of that grapefruit? You make that grapefruit look so juicy. Just let me have a bite. Major eye roll. Why don't you get your own? You see, when you put pen to paper, when you do Web 12, when you date Larry Chang, virtually, not directly. I'm doing things that don't scale. What happens is your boobs get healthier. All attraction is how healthy are you? This is why women hate other women, but then hurt themselves, because when you want my future girlfriend who's got an age delta to be less healthy, you're not cheering for me in relationship to her. You're destroying yourself while not cheering for me. You not cheering for me, I'm helping you right now. I'm hurting myself immensely. Risking a lot to give you these truths that aren't distributed. They're not distributed. I promised I promised knowledge nuggets. Let's start delivering. Let's start delivering, which is Web 12. Ladies, do you know who Satoshi Nakamoto is? You see, Web 12 is, can you sum this up in 12 sentences? Can you fix social media? Because I'm fixing feminism. How did I do it with an IQ below 90? How did I do it? You see, I did it because I was able to take notes and lean in. Sheryl Sandberg reference intended. Because some of her content was Sheryl Sandberg hating other women. Somebody read Lean In one time too few. Because Web 12. Larry, make it straightforward. I'm hanging on every word that you're saying. Thank you and good job paying attention. You see, what we're doing is having the mental pliability. You're already super mentally pliable. Look at how long you've sat here listening to this person whose pronouns are she, he, she, dropping in hilarious jokes while putting your brain into a pretzel. Your brain pliability has been ginormous. Have you DoorDashed one grapefruit for $35? Have you DoorDashed one grapefruit yet? Because that would be your totem. That would be your, if you just were to eat one grapefruit per week, you would, yes, this is financial advice, you would live X amount of time longer. Your brain would be less foggy. You could come up with genius shiitake like this too. Why? Because I'm rocking 4 brains that we as women can copy, sort of. These are my 4 brains. My brain, it's not a great brain. I got diagnosed being retarded. It's around 88. So, this is what we need to do as women. We need to get to be super resourceful, as if our propagation depends on this. This is stuff that they don't teach you at Harvard Business School. Propagation of brain, which is our stomach is our second brain. This is where we already have intuition. our intuition as women much better than men. The reason I have good intuition as a man, you like my shifty pronouns? He, she. I'm not laughing at you. I am laughing at you. But I'm also laughing with your future self that swallows this. Insert this brain into your flower. Just let me come inside. Just let me come inside your brain and your second brain of 4 brains. I'm going to come inside. Do you consent to me coming inside? Say it. Say, I consent to you, Larry Chang, coming inside my second brain, my stomach, which is when people say, Larry, I've got a really good gut feeling about this relationship. She's not thinking with her brain. She's thinking with something else. She's thinking with her stomach. Okay, I mean, the jokes kind of write themselves, but let's just try to not talk about sex for a little bit. Have you heard brain fog? Have you heard lethargy? Have you ever watched one of those drug commercials which are targeting a certain gender of the 73 genders that are at Bumble? Oh, let's be Bumble best friends via the paid version of Bumble. Whitney Wolf. Whitney Wolf. I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires with nice boobs. Meaning, if you are a billionaire in America, self-made, I'm batting 1,000. I'm batting 1,000. You can kind of see that, right? You can kind of see that. You can kind of see that because you're like, get a load of this guy. Let's bring him to a board meeting. We're still talking about brain fog. You see, with brain fog, you could solve it. You see, with brain fog, it's ruining your second brain. You see, with brain fog, there's a ton of bad stuff that happens in your brain. It's caused by your stomach. This is why your stomach is your second brain. Would you like to come to a Joe Dispenza $9,000 workshop? Because I'm charging you $80,000 for a Joe Dispenza workshop. Why? You see, normally the workshop's $9,000, but me, I like to fly private. I don't like flying commercial. I'll fly commercial, but you're going to buy me my private jet gas and rental. That's why it's a Joe Dispenza workshop for $60,000. Heart brain coherence. Stomach, brain. My stomach is my second brain. You see, when you go to a Joe Dispenza workshop, you're going to a Joe Dispenza workshop. But when you spend $90,000 for a Joe Dispenza workshop, I'm going to be in the workshop too. You're paying. Larry, why would I want to pay for you? You kind of want to pay for me. You can feel how men are saying, oh my God, I'll pay $60,000. Let's both go to a Joe Dispenza workshop. You see, your stomach as a second brain, and plus this channel's got to monetize somehow. Your stomach as your second brain reveals this. When your stomach's broken, when you're not dropping Bristol for food babies, when you're using coffee as a diuretic, your brain is going to hurt. This is the vagina whisperer asking you, hey, When was the last time you peed? Hey, are you drinking enough green tea? Hey, are your gut biomes serving you? Brain number 3. I have 4 brains. Let's get you to have 2 brains. Brain number 3. Remember, you're wondering where in the world are these insights coming from? That would be brain number 3, my second head. Have you heard all men do is think with their second head? I asked myself the question, which is Web 12, what if my head were to come up with something truly jaw-droppingly innovative? Because that's our third brain, is being able to find brains where you didn't even know that information were stored there. It turns out our vaginas, they store DNA from prior sexual exploits. You see, our vaginas, they store the remnants of past sexual partners' DNA. I don't want to be the vagina whisperer. This is brain number 3. There is a juxtaposition of men and women. You see, my third brain, it has no residual DNA from women. Mentally, yes, there are residuals. I'm not a monster. But women, after a conquest, I know what you did over New Year's Eve. Our bang numbers affect our brain. Because women's vagina, our vagina, it holds DNA. Residual DNA, that's our third brain. This is what happens when you date Larry Chang, is somehow you double your income and you start to get bigger boobs and your brain start to be super clear. Hey, Larry, can I get a bite of that? Why don't you get your own grapefruit? Everybody right now, get on Stanley Tang's food delivery app. It's called DoorDash. Everybody DoorDash a grapefruit right now. Don't even tell them Larry Chang sent you. Every time a grapefruit gets DoorDashed, a woman increases her likelihood of becoming a millionaire. Let's go into brain 4. Is Larry Chang the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley? Brain 4. Paris Hilton, brain 4, Larry Chang. Larry, what are the 4 brains again? That would be brain, stomach is a brain, my beautiful penis, head, and penis, that's brain 3. Remember, no woman has ever said up until now, let me consult what my vagina is saying. Your vagina is spitting out chemicals that your ego gets affected by. Normally the quote is, your penis is writing checks your ego can't cash. We're talking about women hating other women. Is your vagina writing checks that your brain can't cache, C-A-C-H-E, like computer caching? This is me running your brain. Learn 1 line of programming. I already taught you 500 lines of programming. This is learn to code your vagina. This is learn to code your brain. This is learn 1 line of code. Can you affect your gastrointestinal process? 1 line of code. Larry, can I get a bite of that? You make that grapefruit look so good. A future YouTube video is going to make me tens of thousands of dollars Oh, wait, I did it already. It's called Watch Me Eat a Grapefruit for 19 Minutes. Don't talk. You see, when I'm eating a grapefruit and you're watching me eat a grapefruit, your stomach says, hey, do anything for a grapefruit. Is this two girls, 1 cup of grapefruit juice? No. Is this two girls, 1 grapefruit? No. Is this 1 girl, 1 Larry Chang, 2 grapefruits? I got 2 because I'm not going to peel one for you. These 2 are mine. Larry, Larry, you make that grapefruit. I drooled just now, could you tell? Larry, you make that grapefruit. The key to drooling, because I see you guys drooling. The key to drooling is you just drool. The key to crying, you just cry. People are so into their own shit that they don't even see you crying. Like the only way you could tell if I were drooling, if I were to be like this. Did you just see me drool? This is how you know I'm really, 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 really that hot in person. Because sometimes women will look up. They'll look and they'll be looking basically at my waist. And then they'll look up, okay? And then their mouth will go agape. And they'll be like, you're really attractive for an Asian. But then their mouth will give them away. They'll drool. I drooled, but I'm a pro drooler. I drool a lot. Not because I mouth breathe. That's page 42. I drool because this is true. I drool, which is being able to control your body via Paris Hilton. Brain 4. Brain 4, Paris Hilton. Okay. You got to check out my friend Adam's website, Quora. I'm not going to say I was half the traffic at Quora because I was 3/4 of the traffic at Quora. Larry, what's Quora? Quora is asking questions. It's a website that Facebook should have bought for $2 billion, but Adam's already a billionaire, so we just did Quora. Where did the early traffic come from, Larry? That would be from gossip about Larry Chang. Because I'm easy to gossip about. I stick out at a party. When I'm hooking up at a party, you can tell. It's like Tom Brady. It's like my mentee Tom Brady hooking up at a party 2 days ago with Alex. Alex Early. Larry, before you, 20-year-olds were not on the menu. Do you hate 20-year-old women? Paris Hilton doesn't. That's your 4th brain, is the Paris Hilton, Larry Chang butt brain. You see, there's this thing that happens amongst us women. We share genius things via the collective consciousness. You can kind of feel how the person that's talking with you in a monologue somehow turned it into a dialogue. Why do you not hate me? Why do you love me? That's because we're in a collective consciousness. We're connected. We're connected. I'm not going to date you, okay? I'm not going to date you. Let's connect. Let's connect. Let's connect platonically. That's me throwing you in the friend zone. Plus, I currently have an STD right now. I might never not have an STD. Let's connect platonically, friend zone to friend zone. We're still on Paris Hilton. We're still talking about women hating other women. Paris Hilton does not hate other women. Quora. Asking better questions. Quora. Asking questions, getting answers. Quora. Hey Quora, why is Larry Chang so strange? Quora. Hey, is Larry Chang the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley? Quora. What's this fourth brain that we're talking about? Brain one is up here. This is my thinking cap, okay? This is my thinking cap. I know I have perfect hair. The only thing that's not perfect is my butt skin. I have a little bit of acne. My entire family makes fun of me because the only defective thing is my ass. Not my asshole, my ass. And don't even ask how my family saw my ass. Now you do know how. Because of Paris Hilton. Is Larry Chang the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley? Is Larry Chang the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley? That is so mean, but also kind of funny. We're connected. There's a collective consciousness of us women. After this video ends in 2 hours, if you need to pee, go ahead and take me with. We want to practice our pelvic floor. We want to practice our pelvic floor. If you've never had an orgasm before, pay me $95,000 and I will do personal phone consultations over a YouTube video. My phone number, 650-283-8008. That's for entrepreneurship purposes only. I'll do it over YouTube Live. You can keep the camera off. Collective consciousness. You see, when physicists discover something, there's another physicist on the other side of the world coming up with the same exact thing. This is how humans are wired. Before, when I was talking about women are wired like that, it's all humans. This you'll notice because we'll continue to be connected. Why? Because I went ahead and did time dysmorphia, time, space, space, time, chapter 11, Joe Dispenza, pruning away your old self, chapter 11 of a different Joe Dispenza book, breaking the habit of being yourself. This video to you is worth $275,000. Go ahead and tip your DoorDash driver, get one grapefruit delivered, pruning away your old self. Chapter 15, we can co-author. That's for another $20,000. Revenue, not expenses. Chapter 15, stepping towards a new destiny, parentheses, with Larry Chang. Because Joe Dispenza's book is only chapters 1 through 14. You see, Paris Hilton, everything I did, her family does too, which is creatively come up with something slightly new. You see, Paris Hilton, fourth brain. Cheers! Cheers to our fourth brain. You're never going to forget this. You're never going to forget this. Don't text message a friend. You're never going to forget this. Oh, green tea. That's chapter 19, Limitless, Brain Food. L-theanine, chapter 19, Limitless. Jim Kwik, with a K, Kwik. That's not a sponsored message. I don't have sponsors. I monetize by selling you a Joe Dispenza workshop for $250,000. $9,000 for you, $9,000 for me, my travel expenses, and some walking around money. Paris Hilton, she takes her arm, her left arm, and she takes a picture of her butt. Guess who invented butt selfies? Remember, maybe you don't remember. Maybe you're just joining. If you're just joining, my channel's on what they don't teach you in school. What they definitely don't teach you in school at Stanford Engineering is how to take a selfie of a body part called your butt. You see, I have an IQ of 88. I'm very competitive. You see, I have an IQ of 88 and I have a lot of questions. Question: are we going to talk about anything else other than vagina here at SheMD? Are we only going to talk about polycystic ovarian syndrome? Are we only going to talk about endometriosis? Are we only going to talk about hair growth and why certain women have mustaches? Oh my God, I can actually turn around a person with a mustache with some of these SheMD. Is that a paid placement? No, that's me monetizing using a notebook. Ditto YouTube. Paris Hilton. She's taking butt selfies. Now, I'm not going to say Lisa Falzone because you think that's name dropping. It's not name dropping when you don't know who blonde billionaire Lisa Falzone is. Super hot. Happily married. Okay, happily married. Super hot. Butt selfie. You see, back when Lisa Falzone was not married, she would laugh every time I would post a butt selfie, tagging it Belfie. I did not know that Paris Hilton also took butt selfies. Yes, I met Lisa Falzone junior year in college at Stanford University. Yes, I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaire unicorns. I can't help it. If you're a blonde billionaire or a female billionaire, you just met the vagina whisperer. I'm probably going to meet 12 to 20 more blonde billionaires. Do you even know what a venture capitalist is? Belfie. Speaking of venture capitalists, Paris Hilton, who also, speaking of DJs, Paris Hilton, she would take pictures of her butt and tag it, not tag it, she would just take pictures of her butt. She took pictures of her butt because we have a nice butt. I hear this all the time. You have a nice ass for a Chinese guy. Like, why can't you just say I have a nice butt or a cute butt instead of, oh my gosh, you have such a hot ass for a Chinese guy? Like, why did you have to put the prepositional phrase at the end of it? Why can't you just give a pure compliment? Oh my gosh, a Chinese guy with a bubble butt? Question mark? That's not a compliment. That's sexual assault. But I'm very forgiving when you say something very grapey. I'm going to say, excuse me, you should ask for consent, but because you didn't ask for it, I'm going to go ahead and retroactively give you consent. Retroactive to your lewd and lascivious eye gazing, because you were staring at my butt and you said, I can't believe that a Chinese guy has got back. Excuse me? I give you consent retroactively. And then that's when laughter happens, drool and mucus with a snort. I'm not going to reenact the snort because it's funny. Why? Because that's not the first time I've heard it. I have that joke ready, which is, Larry, you have a nice ass, or 500 variations of it. So I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to date you, but I will put my ass on social media. I'm not gonna blame Chris for selling Instagram to Zuck. I'm not gonna blame him for that because I always knew because I'm the guy who started putting your ass on social media via a Belfie. Larry, this is hilarious. What does it have to do with the fourth brain? You see, there are 4 brains that a person has. And if let's say you have an IQ below 450 and your name's not Larry Chang, you can be competitive with an IQ of 120 where you throw away 40 points of IQ. This is the Stanford Whisperer, Harvard Whisperer. Because IQ 120 plus or minus 20, that's the IQ danger zone because you can be brain reliant. When you only rely on your brain, you don't know that your ass is putting out some chemical. When you're 120, 135 IQ dependent, you don't realize that your vagina is affecting your brain, ditto your stomach. So, I know this is going to be aerospace engineer complex, but this is going to make everybody rich. This is financial advice. When your IQ's at 125, 130, even 110, you're 10 times smarter than a person living in Minnesota doing financial fraud, rocking an IQ of 40, 50, or 40. Being 3 times smarter, that's dangerous. Do you think I go into a relationship with my IQ of 250? No, no. The reason I run Silicon Valley is not because my IQ is 488, okay? That's not why. It's because I'm writing checks with my ass that my dick can cash. And if that's genius, know that women hating other women, that's how I figured it out, is I used my hot ass with Paris Hilton because your ass can be writing checks that our future selves can venture capital cash. And if these things sound like they're jokes, it's funny and it's true, and I'm meant to be talking to the future version of you, also the present. How interstellar is this conversation? I'm not a time traveler in the science fictional sense. I'm teleporting you towards Paris Hilton's ass. Belfie. You see, our arms are long enough and we're comfortable enough to take a picture of our butt. You see, you don't see. I'm going to make you see. I'm going to have 13 bullet points for your ADDness on Belfie and ass. Bullet point number 1, asinine. You see, there's ass in the word asinine. Austin Secret Society entrepreneurs, that's bullet point number 2. Bullet point 1 is it's asinine to not understand what a butt selfie is, which is I caught you. You're looking at my butt. I caught you with your predetermined profile. A Chinese guy shouldn't have that hot of an ass. You have an other ethnicity's ass. My ass is so nice that I've had heterosexual dudes tell me, you have a basketball butt. You have a bubble butt. Bullet point number 4. You want to take that Belfie because my ass, it's got a shelf life while having a shelf. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. That was funny. My ass has a shelf life. I'm going to need to document it. But what if I could document my ass while thinking with my ass? Is there brain in ass? It turns out there is, and it lives on in perpetuity. Because Paris Hilton, her Belfies, they're etched forever in my mind. My Belfies are etched forever in the ether the carbon dating of Lisa Falzone telling all of her super hot student athlete friends, check out Larry Chang's Belfies, reposting on Facebook a butt selfie. Have you heard? Oh my gosh, you're talking out of your ass. That's what beta males say. That's what negative females. We're talking about women hating other women. See that woman over there? She's talking out of her ass. Instead of brain as a fourth, butt as a fourth brain, that's not possible. What? It totally is possible. Bullet point number 8. Larry Chang, the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley, butt as your second brain. You see, that post started off is Larry Chang, the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley, because I brought a dog in a bag. I brought a dog in a bag. I like to bring my dog with me. Is this my dog Brady? This is my dog Baxter. You see, his fluffy ass in a bag is a second, or dare I say, a fifth brain. Why? Because at board of director meetings, I would bring in 2 black laptop bags. One is my Google laptop bag. Thank you, Morgan Stanley, for all the free money via the Google IPO. Thank you for all that free money. Is that a Google laptop bag? Yeah. Nobody would even see Baxter in a bag. This is my butt running interference, not my butt. Baxter's fluffy butt running interference is Larry Chang, the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley, which is bringing a dog into a board of directors meeting, 2 laptop bags, popping a butt selfie. You're not even going to ask me about my dog. You're confused about the butt selfie while looking at that Google logo going, did you make 9 figures when Google IPO'd? How did you get that Morgan Stanley Google bag? This is your butt as a second brain while bringing in more ass support via a fluffy ass, because it's just not my butt that's fluffy and hot. It's also Baxter Brady. It's Paris Hilton bringing a dog, but the dog kind of takes over and it's just too much. But what's not too much is to have a laptop bag that obfuscates the dog. See, what we're doing here with our IQ of 125, give or take 10, is getting out of the danger zone. This is why women hate other women. Women hate other women that are 7 to 10 years younger than them. Women hate other women by not wearing female WNBA jerseys. Look at that poop show of a league. It's because women hate other women. They won't wear the jersey of a 19-year-old female as prolifically as men. Oh my God, there's a lot of messages. I'll get to those in a second. I'll get to them. You know what? I'm going to get to them right now. You guys happy? Make the people happy, they said. Make the people happy. You happy? Make the people happy. I'm going to do these in reverse chronological order. Do you guys mind? You guys don't mind. Reverse chronological order. I'm going through messages. I'm going through messages. That's what's going on right now. What happened? You know what? Reverse chronological doesn't work. I'm going to go to the beginning. Oh, when we moderate, we don't want to moderate other people by banning people or deleting people's comments. When you're a moderator, all you're doing is moderating your own thoughts. Plus, as a moderator, you need to have made at least 200 grand, because what the actual F, we're not doing social media where we're acting like women that hate on other women, or women trying to delete other women, or women trying to police other women. We're not doing that. We're just trying to fix our own brain. Are you Caucasian or Asian? That would be, I'm the whitest white dude in the United States of America, ranked at number 1. You seem incel. Incel is in cell phone. I am in my cell phone temporarily because I'm on Web 12 in my cell phone. But you're right. People's face too long in cell phone makes you dumb. Don't be in your cell phone. Don't be in cell too long. My phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking my brain. Have you heard that song? Yeah. Yeah. That's Toy Story 5 unofficial theme song trailer. My movie comes out June 18th, Toy Story 5. You're welcome. We don't learn anything from this weirdo. Thank you for knowledge activating women hating other women. Rebecca says, I don't hate other women. Cool. I'm going to make you a moderator. Rebecca, teach me something. It's so unfair that this monologue, I don't learn as well from you because I'm just talking. So I want to learn from you. Rebecca. Thank you. So much moderators policing other people, not themselves. You don't want to do what women do, which is stand closest to the best sugar daddy. Because when you're moderating, you're trying to stand closest to Larry Chang and hope that that somehow benefits you. We're not doing the Canelon effect of social media or money. We're not doing that. What we are doing is conjuring up money. Remember, our butts can't write checks the way that Paris Hilton and Larry Chang's butt writes checks. We don't want to be posting ass pictures. We don't want to be posting pictures of her butt. Did I just accidentally go back into bullet points 10 and 11? Yeah, but I'm going to get more. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do the I have power over you, I have higher status. We're all at the same level. We're just trying to learn and get better. Men or women. This is a safe space for us to police our own thoughts and keep ourselves accountable. Oh my God, this video is amazing. Normally, I do amazing videos. So I guess this is just normal. Larry, you have so much confidence. It's not confidence. It's I actually listen to women and I have competence and I write stuff down. I'm quoting a film festival. I'm quoting a film festival from over a year ago, and I'm going to show you, if you remind me, that you can go on a free vacation to this same festival. $0. Well, I mean, somebody's going to buy me a $650,000 vacation to the next Joe Dispenza workshop for $9,000, right? Somebody's going to. So I guess, I don't need to guess. I just need to read. Rebecca. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This message is hidden. Oh. This'll be scary. This guy knows vagina. That's borderline pussy magnet, but I'll allow it. Cowboy, says Larry. I love you, brother. Thank you. Kashar. Yeah, I said it right the first time. Do you ever do something where you read it and you got it right the first time, but then sometimes you overthink it? Yeah, that's imposter complex. That's another essay I wrote as a woman called How Many Text Messages Does It Take to Invite You to One Party? How many text messages does it take? Because in Silicon Valley, it takes men one text message to attend a party. But if you send a text message to a woman to come to a professional event, you're going to need to send her 25 text messages. Wait, what? I don't remember what that was, but maybe your question got answered. Tell us the info. I know. I need to just bullet point this stuff out. Transfer, Larry changed. Are you serious? I know I sometimes incorporate comedy, but think of comedy as the lubricant for swallowing the jagged double orange pill. That's what the comedy is. Plus, I took the time to make it simple as possible. I took the time to make it funny. This is what happens at the IQ, number one smartest human on the planet level at 488. This is what happens, is I convey the true truth while incorporating comedy. Why? Because the most important viewer here is me in the future. That's the most important viewer. I need to stay true to myself while entertaining myself because this content is incredibly technical. That's why the humor is there. Plus, humor is important because what is the definition of humor from a physics and aerospace engineering standpoint? It's the interruption of the expected. Being able to be funny without lying, that's hard. That's why I'm negotiating with Netflix for an upcoming special. Comedy, from a first principle standpoint, it's are you able to interrupt what people expect? You see, when you laugh, one, you're a genius because you're actually listening and connecting and comfortable enough to laugh. This is also parsing away non-American people. Why? Because I'm America first. Why? Because I care about American citizens first and foremost. I care most about American women. Comedy is different outside of this country. Do you think India, Pakistan, Singapore, or China are going to make this video go viral? Absolutely not. Well, maybe Singapore, but those Singaporeans are running an entirely different game. That's the banking headquarters of the world. Why is Singapore, Harvard, Stanford the only schools that recruit Larry Chang? Why? Why? Asian Cowboy, this is a first for me. Oh, welcome. My channel's on what they don't teach you in school. Fuck consent. We taking that shit. Somebody doesn't understand the law. Thank you for visiting America. Thank you for visiting Silicon Valley. This is what's true. In a heterosexual relationship, all are welcome. All sexualities are welcome, but this is what's true for heterosexual Caucasian males. The first person to say consent wins. What kind of autism is this? It's page 132, page 127. You sound like a beta male. Dang, you got old. You aged awful this past year. That would be address what genius stuff I said, address the genius stuff I said versus page 127, page 132. You see, I'm quoting page numbers for when beta males attack alpha males. Why? Because this video is called When Women Hate Other Women. When men behave like women, that would be page 132 and page 127. School tricked you into thinking, men, if you behave like women, there will be financial bankruptcy. That's hilarious. I'm not saying the quiet part out loud. I'm saying the out loud part screamingly with comedy at a high volume. When school teaches men to behave like women, you go financially bankrupt because you talk and walk and learn like a beta male. We don't want to mimic the worst parts about women. We want to copy and augment the best components of women. We are all women. We are rising. We are getting better. There are bodies of knowledge that women have that help us be boss babes while doing two jobs. I know, I solved that, which is, can you be a boss babe and also give birth? Yeah. Have you met my, I'm not going to say that. I mean, it's gonna explode. You know what? I'll put a, yeah. Truly genius. Don't worry. I'll write it down. Thank you for the super chat. Live Energy recognizes live energy. Uh-oh. This is the, I'll read the super chat. Live Energy recognizes live energy, period. Just hit that like and left love in the chat. Much respect to the creator and all who respect the art. I'm live too right now. Let's build. Thank you for the super chat. I'm demoting you from moderator. That sounded kind of spammy. Trishar, that's actually facts. Thank you. But you're not giving us any info. I'll try to do better, Rebecca. You're a moderator now. I'll try to do better. I'm going to pin that. Because Belfie actually butt brain. Yeah. Rebecca, thank you. Thank you. I expect more comments like that. Rebecca, I expect more comments like that when you're moderating. Thank you. Thank you. You see, when super attractive Caucasian women bring up my penis, it's all good. It's Saul Goodman. It's all good. It's all good. I consent. I consent to you. I consent to you speaking about my penis size. I consent. I'm going to give you that consent retroactively because you said this about 40 minutes ago. Saint Ardenikis, you have less than 10 viewers. You should quit YouTube. Thank you for telling me about your entrepreneurship journey. Women hate other women. Example number 3 million. You've got only 13,000 likes on Instagram via your last Belfie. Should I delete that? Because normally I get 250,000 likes when I post pictures of my naked chest and flawless butt. You got fewer than 10 viewers. You should quit YouTube. This is women hating other women. This is why we don't moderate the genius away. The reason we don't prematurely moderate and delete people or mitigate people is the fact that as a woman, I'm going to turn around other women, and like an octogenarian Larry Chang, I'm going to make 3 people a billionaire with this content. But I do consent retroactively for you to gossip about my penis. I consent. Say consent back. Say consent back. Did I just show you why I'm winning? Because you're trying to make me play a game, which is, you're trying to make me play a game called, Larry, will you defend your nice penis? I will not defend it. I will consent. I give you consent retroactively for you to talk about my penis, as my pronouns are she. Rebecca, before moderation becoming moderated, said, "You're rambling." Well, I consent to you. I consent, Rebecca. Rebecca, I consent to you to talk about my penis. Clicking frantically says, "Hi, Larry." Clicking frantically, share how we prayed the gay away. Ooh. Men shouldn't speak on women. LOL. Am I not an ally? I consent to you not understanding what an ally is. ALLY. Men shouldn't speak on women. Oh, well, thank you for not asking me what my pronouns are. This is so easy. This is so easy. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Whoa, whoa, women get bitter and ugly after 22. Whoa there, slow your roll. Although, there's this guy I know, he dates women older than 22, younger than 23. Too much going on upstairs. Facts. Chicks dig that hella. Nice low socioeconomic language. Cowboy, cowboy, cowboy. You don't just date Larry Chang, you strap in and feel the G's. G's being the thousands of dollars. True story, last year I tried heterosexual dating as a cis male while spending $0, while making 9 figures. Turning around Bumble, if you make 9 figures, and if you're a woman in the chat, I'm going to do some girl math for you. I'm not going to keep you accountable by asking you, how much money is 9 figures? but I am going to say $100 million. If you make $100 million, how much are you going to spend dating women older than 22, younger than 23? Well, the suspense is killing you. I spent $0. I spent $0 heterosexually dating. Why? Because I don't bring sand to the beach. Why? Because I don't bring money to the sugar daddy situation. I bring knowledge and I bring my vagina whisperer toolbox. Dinner first, coach. Remember Joe Dispenza? You're paying for me. You're paying for me. Why in the world would I pay for dinner? That's because you don't know what Web 12 is. You've never read a book and tried to make $9,000. You never read a book to then make $8,000. This is why you read 0.0 books that are nonfiction business books. I understand you read Morning Glory Milking Farm. I understand that you read that. But that book, that's brain rot. Have you read that book, Morning Glory Milking Farm? We want to read a book that then causes us to self-fund South by. That's spending $0. That's reverse sugar daddy. That's solving the problem of women hating other women. All we need is one more sugar daddy. I swear, Larry, if I get one more sugar daddy, I'll know what to do with this one. I swear. Hey, do you see how we never want to moderate other people? Because Duck Dees, who is a woman pretending to be a man, is now asking the moderator, are you even listening? No, 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 moderator. No, no, no. Asian cowboy, very interesting. Let me sit and watch. I think he's trolling, and he's good at it. You could think and juxtapose patrolling with trolling. Insert Paw Patrol joke here. The more it's worse. Oh, you're welcome. I'm happy we could pray the gay away. Not that there's anything wrong with being gay, because some of my best friends prayed the gay away. Because sometimes there is something wrong and I solve it. Sometimes there is something wrong and I solve it. I'm going to pee. I'm going to pee. Let's go. Let's go. Locking in Belfie. You see, a Belfie is a simultaneous multi-site discovery. It's a butt selfie. And what a butt selfie is it's like a face selfie, but your arm's long enough to take a picture of your butt. Paris Hilton, Larry Chang, who is the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley? At first, I thought, well, this is kind of mean, but then I read what people said because it's women hating on other women. It's people hating and also appreciating the line between love and hate. There is no line. All there is apathy. When you ask people who have been happily engaged in a relationship, what is the opposite of hate or love? It's not love or hate, it's apathy is the opposite. So what we're doing with a Belfie is taking butt energy and turning it into brain power. We're trying to write a check with our ass that our brain can cash. CACHE. Because what we're seeking is more computing power. What we're seeking is better brain results. What we're seeking is all in a book, Limitless. Hey, Larry, are you plugging your book? Is that how you make money? This is how I make money. I can make more money with somebody else's book than they do with their own book. This is unpopular. This is called renting out your rental. This is complex and genius and Paris Hilton at the same time. Hilton Hotel. They're not renting you a hotel room that they own. They're renting out the rental. A book that you read, what if you read a book, Warren Buffett's Snowball, and you asked yourself, can I make more money than the author who wrote the book, Alice Seibold? You see, when you ask yourself empowering questions, you might get slightly better answers. Why is this guy with a nice butt taking pictures of his butt? I'm signaling to smart people, will you dumb yourself down? I'm signaling to Silicon Valley's future elite, will you announce that we're in a working relationship by liking my photo? You see, there used to be a thing in social media called I'm monogamously dating, this is my relationship status. But we're now in a circumstance where, what do non-committal people say? Because this is, remember, a video about women hate other women. This is what they say. It's complicated, meaning I'm willing to olive branch, monkey branch off of my current guy. I have ADD in dating. This is why dating is pure mayhem. This is why women hate other women, because it's pure mayhem. Why doesn't everyone stay in their one vagina? Have you heard that? Stay in your one vagina, stay in your lane, right? Oh, did I just colloquialize a phrase? Because what we're attacking is the mental deficiency in writing one line of code to our brain. I'm not going to say learn to code. I'm not going to say learn to vibe code. I'm not going to say I'm the John Wang of AI. Why? Because there is a John Wang. I helped him become a billionaire because he was super nice. And plus, I feel bad for people that go to University of Michigan. I feel bad for those people. Why? Because University of Michigan used to be, leapfrogged John Wang windsurf. Who wrote the VC case study on windsurf selling twice for $1 billion within a month? Remember, it's women hating other women. Remember, it's beta males hating other beta males, which is women hating other women. How does it apply to windsurf? Connect it all back to Belfies. You see, the CEO of Windsurf, they sold themselves for $1 billion. Typically, when you make $2 billion, you don't hate other women who believed in you. That's not what you do. Or men who believed in you. How do you hate on them? By not accelerating their vest. Meaning, we had an agreement, which is you work here 4 years, I'm going to give you 25% of your stock every year. But if inside of 4 years, we sell our company for billions, you're going to not give me the stock just because I did my work better than what you thought I would do. I did my work better than you thought we would do because we sold the company for billions of dollars. So now you're going to penalize me by not giving me my stock? Yeah, we agreed to 25%, 25%, 25%. But if we're selling for $2 billion, I should get 100% because the 4-year homework assignment, I did that shit in a year and a half. Larry Chang, Steve Jurvetson graduating college in 2 years, Stanford University. If we do our homework in 2 years, we get our 4-year degree. If we do our stock for exit for billions of dollars, shouldn't I get credit for 100% of my stock? Don't delete people's thing. You got to just moderate your own brain. Oh my God. Moderate your own brain. Pretty please. Pretty please. Beta males hating on other beta males, they screwed the people that did invest. There is nothing more beta male than screwing people as a billionaire. This is why we don't want to do Jugad. This is why we don't want to do Indian and Jewish things as a Jew or an Asian. This is women hating on other women solved. This is countermeasures to when somebody screws you on money. This is a JBA. You see, when women say negative things about us as women, we want to forgive them. And if they screw us for money because we're 7 years younger than them and 5 times hotter with 84 more eggs in our basket called our ovaries, we want to forgive. We want to forgive. Larry, this sounds like a really good time to pray the hate away. Father Lord, thank you for this time together. Thank you for exploring topics that are important. Thank you for the blessings of Web 12, being able to share over social media and not have the downside of social media. Father, Lord, thank you for the energy and awareness of this prayer. Thank you also for people who are first-time prayers, or people that haven't prayed as an adult, or people that are coming back to an awareness of how the power of prayer works. The way it works is you just say amen at the end. Father, Lord, thank you for being in our midst, because you said when 2 or more are gathered in your name, that you will be present. Father, Lord, please bless the people, even the haters, because there's no hate, there's just energy. Also, Lord, if people have a darkness to them, this is how to get rid of the darkness, which is, Jesus, be with me. I don't want to invite the darkness. I hope the darkness leaves. Jesus, be near me. Amen. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Windsurf. How are you not accelerating people's vest? You're a billionaire and you're trying to save 300 grand? Fuck you. Stop screwing your employees. Stop hating other women. Women hating women. Women hating women. Beta males hating beta males. Countermeasure. We're just going to stay at Windsurf, and we're going to just stay. When they stayed at Windsurf, people are like, so you're not going to come to the new company? Well, we're not coming to the new company because you didn't accelerate our stock vest. 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. A year and a half into it, we're selling for billions of dollars. Are you going to accelerate and give me my 4 years worth of stock? No, you're going to be a prisoner at the new company. Keep on being a slave. Slave away. Nope. Windsurf employees, we're not good with that. You can go ahead and fuck yourself. We're going to stay. We're going to stay. That's how Windsurf got sold twice for $1 billion. There are always countermeasures. This is what a JBA is. This is vagina whispering. What happens when somebody fucks us over? We forgive them. This is what happens, Larry, when another woman hates me for no reason, just because I'm dating you. My boobs are getting bigger. My skin's getting amazing. I'm really happy in this relationship. But all these other women, they hate me. Why? Why? Well, learn to forgive. Forgive not for the one of us, but for the both of us. Susan Page, quoting a woman. That's not name dropping. That's my brain on Web 12, percolating with all 4 of my brains. If you're just joining, welcome. My channel's on What They Don't Teach You in School. What they do teach you in school is default female behavior. What they do teach you in school is chemical castration. What they do teach you in school is a bunch of useless stuff. I'm not saying don't get an aerospace engineering degree from University of Colorado Boulder. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is my channel is on What They Don't Teach You in School, which is solving the problem of, hey Larry, why do women hate other women? Hey Larry, why is my boss so bad? Hey Larry, hey Larry, talk to me about this free vacation that you're talking about. Tell me about Web 12. Tell me about women bosses, man to women bosses. why women aren't getting invited right now on business trips. We're going to need to self-fund ourselves, because those videos on a day in the life of a product manager, those kind of backfired. Let's try to take Dan Olson's product management book with Larry Chang's video. Henceforward, I consent retroactively for you to talk about my penis. I consent retroactively. You see, I'm solving income disparity before the end of this video. I'm solving income disparity before the end of this video. Income disparity. One of the 79 genders has to play consent on hard mode, meaning consent was already given, consent was retracted. When you have to play the consent game on hard mode, that makes succeeding in an economy super easy, because in America, there's such a thing called rule of law. Do you remember before when I was talking about windsurf? The company sold for billions. The CEO, who was newly a billionaire, said, "You people who were loyal to me, fuck yourself and your financial dreams. I will not let you be a double-digit millionaire. I'm going to stick you at a low-level single-digit number of millions." And then the countermeasure was, okay, we're going to stay and we're going to sell ourselves for $1 billion. Thank Jesus Christ, we were nice to Larry Chang. This is you getting a Chinese guy. Ask me what my pronoun is right now. This is your first Chinese man as a best friend. This is your first Chinese friend who's being honest with you. This is your first Chinese friend who played 2 pro sports as a woman, acing men's sports. This is your first Chinese friend as your best friend, as your best friend, as your Bumble best friend, Whitney Wolf, hashtag LABCS 1469. Don't hate Whitney Wolf for being attractive and blonde, unicorn, because Whitney Wolf, she's in distress right now. She's a billionaire, newly CEO of her old company that's now has a stock price that's dropped precipitously. It's dropped 90 to 95%. Let's just say the stock is in the pooper. When your stock is in the pooper, I'm going to slap a stuffed animal on it and make it slay. Let's talk about live action business case study. Let's talk about live action business case study 1469. You're going to think that these are jokes. You're going to think that these are jokes. These jokes are going to get you to 2 festivals, ladies. 2 festivals. Good job paying attention as a woman. Festival number 1, South by Southwest. Festival number 2, Chip Connolly and Larry Chang love music festivals. Chip Connolly, Larry Chang, co-founders of Nobu Hotel. Festival number 2, Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week. What this turnaround needs isn't a marketing budget. What this turnaround needs isn't venture capital, because the VCs, they've left the ship. What this turnaround needs is a stuffed animal. What this turnaround needs is live action business case study 1469, Bumble. Bumble, Bumble. Women hating other women. You see, a dating app is the biggest example of women hating other women. Does your dating app want people to be heterosexually happy? Aren't heterosexuals money good enough for us? It turns out we were blaming Caucasian male heterosexuals haphazardly. Not surprisingly, those same heterosexual male heterosexuals stopped giving money to the people that were hating them. Does this sound familiar? You conservative people have been yelling, go woke, go broke. Me, I'm ducking bankruptcy at New York Fashion Week. Hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. You see, when your stock's down 94%, somebody check $ BMBL. Somebody check that stock. It's dropped. When your stock price drops 100%, some short seller is going to benefit. This is me on two sides of the equity equation. This is the Vagina Whisperer explaining to you Wall Street Whisperer. What if there were a way for us to benefit from a company going bankrupt? What if there's a way for us to benefit for helping a company out of bankruptcy? You see, women hating other women is a dating app. Because is your dating app trying to make you happy and in a relationship? Why am I the only person asking some pretty basic questions, which is, hey, dating app, Larry, you're unhinged. Yeah, you could view it that way, or you could view it as, oh my God, I'm talking to the #1 smartest human on the planet, who's also the third institution of Silicon Valley. You could think that. Because there are 3 institutions of Silicon Valley. Y Combinator, which you've never heard of, Stanford University, which you're intimidated by, and Larry Chang, who's like a golden retriever that talks. This is why you don't want to have one of those buttons for your dog, and there are 750,000 buttons. This is what happens when you give your golden retriever 750,000 buttons. Is he's going to talk and he's going to take over the world. Rick and Morty episode 1. You don't want your dog talking. I don't want my dog talking. This is what happens when a golden retriever talks, which is, why am I the only person asking, why does the dating app want to overtly keep people single? Alexander Ostrander, Business Model Generation. So I'm going to be doing 15 things as I'm wrapping up 4 dangling participles, DJing ideas together like I'm Paris Hilton on the decks, DJing. You see, the business model of a dating app is not to get you happily and heterosexually married. Remember, women hate other women. If you solve that problem, you could be rich. This is why I'm betting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires.
Am I the only one asking, hey, with this dating app, why are we penalizing heterosexual males? Typically, they have the meme, Larry, I heard your idea. Take my money, please. This is why I charge $800,000 for one yoga class when you could have just read page 42 of James Nestor's book. This is example number 39 of I know your book better than you do. Are you using AI for the first time? American intelligence? You see, when you publish what you write, that's a monologue by definition of a book. Most people can't read a book because you're interrupting a book by not paying attention. Look at how people are unable to pay attention to this monologue. Ladies, you have an interruption problem. Your brain is foggy. It's because your stomach and gastrointestinal tract are a disaster. You're looking for a pill to solve Crohn's disease. You're looking for a diuretic. You're constipated. But here's the truth. Those Visine eye drops, they're actually drying out your eye. That fabric softener that you think makes your clothes smell better, that's actually destroying your skin. Your gastrointestinal medicine, your antidepressant, it might be doing the opposite of the intended purpose. You bought the mRNA experiment, hook, line, or sinker. Susan Wojciechowski, rest in peace. I will see you in the year 2130 when I get to heaven. And if you are not in heaven, maybe because you're Jewish or maybe because of some other reason, don't worry. Me and Jesus Christ, I prayed for going to heaven like it's a party, me plus 17. Jesus, it's me, Larry Chang. Do I get a plus 17? If you don't give me a plus 17, I'm not coming in. I know you want me in heaven. I'm hilarious. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Which is, what if we benefited from a hashtag? What if we, wrapping up some dangling ends, which is, what if we meshed with this question, why am I the only one asking it? Which is, why are we penalizing heterosexual males? Why are we penalizing them? This is what happens when we as women hate other women, is that hate spills over to hating men or blaming this crop of blaming this crop of men for a prior man's problem. Blaming this generation of men, we are Gen Z, blaming them for some boomer shit. There's nothing more demoralizing for me when I'm dating as a Caucasian male than for me to get blamed for what her dad did by jetting off. That's why I like to cold open women that have their dad standing right next to them. Dwight Logie, Stacy Logie. This is how you know that I like to play the game on hard mode. This is cold opening. Cold opening is where you approach at a bar. I am trying to cold approach a woman older than 22, younger than 23, ideally with 5 brothers who are 6'4" to 6'6". Ideally, it's one girl with 4 younger brothers who are 11 years old and already 6'3". Why? Well, maybe 11's a little whatever, but just tall, okay? Just tall. Why? Because Stacy Logie, Dwight Logie, you see, upping the ante and penalizing a guy for the sins of someone else, that's a guaranteed disaster. Is this a post on my YouTube called The Road Less Traveled? Dating apps. Dating apps are wired to keep you single. That's why they're going bankrupt. Is this the 64th day? It is. If you don't write down day 64, you're going to miss out how to get a free trip that you self-fund to New York Fashion Week or South by Southwest. You see, today is day number 64 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. And if you're moderating, you're not distributing. You see, you think that being a moderator is just standing next to greatness, it'll somehow rub off. You're gonna need to make your own money. This is day 64. How much money have you been making if this is your 35th video? How much money have you been making? This is how to make dollar number one. Today is day 64 of 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Yes, AI might be a bubble, but that's not how to financially benefit using AI. Dating apps are down 95%. For example, Bumble, for example, live action business case study 1,469. When you don't write these things down and you're just a casual listener, that's okay. There's 4 of you per 4 of you. 1 in 4 is going to win. Get jealous. You know and I know that dating apps are broken. You know that, I know that. All we're doing as female founders is we're not trying to DEI our way into venture capital. We're not trying to guilt trip or psychologically manipulate people to give us the resources that we need. What we're doing is solving a problem. This is the gender earning gap solved. In a relationship, we as women in a lesbian relationship or a woman-man relationship, a cis relationship, what do we do as women? We cause a problem and then we solve a problem. That sounds like the government. We cause a problem and then we solve a problem. That sounds like military intelligence. Men, as a rule of thumb, in a relationship, except if you're in a relationship with Larry Chang, I will do a woman thing, which is I will cause a problem and then I will solve a problem. Why? Because you're dating the vagina whisperer. I can't help it. I'm gonna understand the rules of conflict, the rules of engagement. I'm gonna understand psychological castration. I'm gonna understand mental ovarian removal via a goblin that's trying to steal your eggs. I'm going to steal your eggs. Goblins. Goblins are trying to steal your eggs and kill your fertility and decimate your fertile years. Have you read Sheryl Sandberg's book, Lean In? I have. A unilateral oophorectomy. A unilateral oophorectomy. Endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, women's bodies, women's brains, Larry's wisdom. Have you read Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom? This is a new book, a pseudo PhD in gender studies, women's body chemical, Larry Chang's wisdom, women's brain. It's not that I'm proud of myself, because I am, but I'm leveraging my sluttiness into a body of work. Do you consent to learning about this? Do you consent? Because I consent to you talking about my penis retroactively. I consent. Says a woman, I'm going to have to stroke it out if I keep watching this. I consent to you flogging your dolphin. I consent. Retroactively, do whatever you want in the privacy of your bed. I consent. Why even have a wrench if you can't wrench attack? Why give a blue wrench out? This is women hating other women. Just because you have $3 million doesn't mean you have to spend $3 million. That's, you have a wrench, why can't I use it? Why can't I use it? What a huge waste of time. What a huge waste of time. Well, these messages are very sticky. These messages are very sticky. They're sticky. I consent to you having sticky fingers as you're stroking it. I consent to you bringing your vagina into this because I don't have a choice, so I will consent. Dude, you're so obsessed with cheeks. I don't even understand what that means. Feline Gaming. Welcome. Good to see you. What's up? I think he's telling people how to get rich. I am. But I'm just doing it at the free vacation level. Oh, AI understands everything. This transcription. I thought men only had 2 brains. That would be 2 brains shy. Glutes, aka the glute. Tell me something that you remember so far. Tell me something that you remember so far so I can pay more attention to people that have been paying attention. Tell me something that you remember. This is a Crazy Ivan where I'm checking in to see who's been paying attention. We love Larry Chang because he's a financial and comedic genius. Wow, thank you. Will you make, you should be rich by now. Ship one franchise. I forget your franchise. Cowboy, Cowboy, Cowboy. Tell me what your thing is 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. I think you're doing Limitless. Did you make enough money to take yourself on a free vacation? It's 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. That's the Christian version of the disgusting one. Is grapefruit really that good? He shouldn't be alone. It's not safe. He loves 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. That's the Christian version. Diet is the key to mental health. Tell me something that has resonated with you. You see, blaming heterosexual Caucasian males for the sins of prior generations, the reason for that is there's something called the Overton window. It's a regulatory capture. It's understanding that the future's here, it's just not evenly distributed. Here's the problem. Financial fraud at the governmental level. This is the Canelon effect. This is people trying to stand closer to the money printer, treating Larry Chang as the money printer. I'll just stand near you. This will just magically be great. It's only going to become great if you realize that the 26 days mirror the 26 likes. I'm at an all-time high level of likes, and that's okay that I get such few likes, because I'm not here for your liking and I'm not here for your subscribing. I'm here for giving you this Easter egg. It's called Larry. I've never used a hashtag before. I'm a hashtag virgin. I hate hashtags by default. You see, women hate other women. Hashtag character compassing. A hashtag is not meant to be an exclamation point at the beginning of a statement. That's what women and men use it for right now. That's not good. Conversations, Larry, they're disconnected. Larry, can I benefit from a disconnected conversation? You can benefit because you're in competition with people who are working on 0 brains out of 4. You're in competition with people that also have never used a hashtag. Let's use our first hashtag. Hashtag coming in. A new one. If you don't benefit from this new hashtag, fuck yourself in the fucking face. And if you're currently finger fucking yourself because I gave consent for that, remove your fingers from your vagina, grab a pen, and jot down with your fingers, I know I gave consent retroactively. This is me consenting for you to steal my intellectual property. Good job. Hashtag, good job. Hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. Normally I would say, let me tell the jokes, but this is everybody's welcome to share their ideas. Why do women hate other women? Those jokes are actually hilarious. Those jokes are actually hilarious. This is something I've never said on repeat, which is, you're welcome. You get to go to South by Southwest. What is it? It's a film fest. It's interactive. It's a music festival. It's awesome. It also has gone through bankruptcy 1 or 2 times. I tried to tell them, duck bankruptcy. I tried to tell them, because I called their bankruptcy when they were mean to somebody. Because when women hate other women, women make each other go bankrupt. When beta males hate alpha males, Gabe Rivera, beta males go bankrupt. Who's Gabe Rivera, Larry? Gabe like Gabriel, Rivera like a Riviera, but Rivera, Gabe Rivera. He arbitrages the best of the best tech press. Larry, are you friends with everybody? Fuck yeah, I am. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, which is 3-word, homo, Hail Mary. Thank you for your super chat. I'm not going to ask you if you want to pray your gay away. You seem perfectly fine. You seem perfectly fine. You seem very well adjusted. I'm going to give you the attention you're seeking. I'm going to give you that attention. Does that attention feel good? There you go. There you go. Thank you for knowledge activating. When women hate other women, it's super similar to beta males hating beta males. Page 127, page 132. I consent to you swallowing the double orange pill. I consent to you swallowing page 132 of The Rational Male. What if Rollo Tomassi wrote a book that solved women's problems? That would be this video, all 2 hours of it, bordering 3 hours. All of it. All of it. Which is hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. You see, South by decided to go bankrupt because it did what you did, which was tear down someone trying to build you up. You see, Gabe Rivera was coming to a tech conference from another tech conference. That's all we do, is we go to tech conferences from another tech conference. Stop me if this is your life, ladies. Stop me if this is your life. You got invited to January 26th football D1 national championships. From Miami, you're going to fly to San Francisco. For the Super Bowl, you don't even know how to spell NFL. You don't even know how to spell it. You don't even know how to spell it. Let's spell this out, which is hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. You see, you're throwing homo Hail Marys towards Larry Chang in a video called Women Hating Other Women. why don't you throw your delightfully explicit sexual offer towards Sam Altman? I think he'd be open to it. No judgments. Everybody's welcome here. Which is Sam Altman, pansexual neurodivergent, who started OpenAI with Elon Musk. With a marketing salvo, a marketing effort, a marketing shit show that is a problem. 12 days of OpenAI. Have you heard of AI? American intelligence. OpenAI did a marketing event called the 12 Days of OpenAI. What this is, which is also new, which is 30 days of Gemini 3 in Mountain View. Will somebody write that? Because that's brand new. This is periodization. This is what happened when I walked over to a hot girl who was reading a book. One hot girl, one book, one Larry Chang cold open. Hashtag 30 days of Gemini 3 in Mountain View. That connects to hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. I'm not going to say that I read spam text messages, 650-283-8008. I'm not going to say that I actually pay attention to the YouTube Google ads, because like you, I stare at the skip button trying to make time go faster and the 30-second countdown. This is why I don't monetize my channel. Oh, we're doing a ton of brain work. This is what we're doing with your free trip. Should you accept it? You control your money, you control your destiny, you control your notepad. You're welcome for your first hashtag, which is new for everybody else too. Hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest, which is SXSW. It's okay that nobody's put it in the chat. This is why I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires. You see, blondes who are hot with big boobs, they'll eat up everything I say because they think that their writing it down is going to seduce me. I want you to seduce yourself. Trick yourself the same way that I tricked myself learning about endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome, because when I was taking notes, hot blondes were watching me. Oh my God, this guy looks like he's money incarnate. Back to March 9, hashtag 23 days of OpenAI at SXSW, day number 9. That was 2025. Hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. That's 2026, March 1 to March 22nd. As I was taking all these notes in my notebook, I can show you. Would you like to see my notebook? Would you like to see it? I can show it to you. As I was furiously taking notes, in the front row, a super hot blonde with big boobs plops down literally in my lap, because I'm sitting in the front row. There's no more front of a front row. She plops down in front of me. She literally bends over. I now have to shoot video covering her butt that's sticking in the air. It's like one of those baboons trying to mate on the Discovery Channel. So now I'm taking video because I'm in the front row and I'm taking social media. So I hold up a notebook blocking her butt. Everybody behind me is like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Oh, everybody saw it. Everybody saw it. This is what it almost looked like. She's gonna back up that booty. She's gonna back up that booty and then make this noise. Let me get my notebook and let me show you how I co-founded Nobu. Let me show you how I co-founded Nobu. I am the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley via the Hyatt organization. That notebook was given to me by a beta male who was like, fuck you and you're always taking notes. Fuck you, I got you an Epiphany Hotel. Nobu, the hotel, never would have become billions of dollars had not a beta male loser send me a fuck you. Are you understanding fuck you money for the first time? This is why when people tell me to fucking fuck off, all I do is print money. Let me hear your angst. Let me hear your angst. I want to hear it because I'm not going to drink your tears. I'm going to milk your tears for millions. This is my notebook. This is my notebook. This is my notebook. That's what I was furiously scribbling. SheMDpodcast.com. Montage. Vagina VJ9X. They literally said vagina 9X. Who are you, Larry? I'm Larry Chang. My channel's on What They Don't Teach in School. STDs 93 FBROD, PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. 50% feels dismissed. 50% of we women going to talk about our vagina, 50% of our claims go dismissed. I understand how it feels to be dismissed. I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley. Why dismiss me? I have 28 inflection points at Stanford, Harvard, Stanford, Harvard. I have a PhD thesis sitting at Harvard called The Fifth Epiphany. It's the most genius thing any woman's ever written because I did gender reversal entrepreneurship exercises. Egg count. Mullerian hormone. 9 to 10 year delay at 32. Menopausal at 52, 45, or 35. Steady egg decline. Endometriosis. Irregular periods. Follicles. PCOS. Elevated testes symptoms. Body hair in places that you don't want. That's page 1. That's page 1. There are more pages. There are more pages. There are more pages. Don't just pap smear. Don't just pap smear. So I'm furiously taking these notes, and like A Day in the Life of Larry Chang, vagina is starting to get thrown at me at 140 miles an hour. Tom Brady isn't even near me. You see, I'm walking in a mall with my dog and 2 people. One of them I call Dad, and the other one I call Mom. We're walking in the mall with me, my mom, my dad, and my dog. That is a recipe for a tidal wave of vagina. Why? because I'm with my mom and my dad. I'm not wearing my wedding ring because I'm not married. And I'm walking my dog fully fluffy, fully brushed. I like fluffy things. I like fluffy things. It's because I had some child trauma. Okay, I'll try to keep this professional. Women hating other women. I'm walking my dog. I'm a boy with no wedding ring, with a boy dog, with two parents that seem to be pretty normal compared to how I am. There is so much vagina crushing on me. My dad finally throws up his arms and goes, "Is this why you're not married? Because you're the biggest slut in California?" And then we walk a further and he's like, "More vagina." Just crushing me with more and more vagina. My dad's like, how many girlfriends? What is this what your life is like? Because what the fucking fuck, Larry? Good looks on a man is useless like fur on a pussy willow, Larry. Well, that is true, Dad, but I'm just walking my dog here. Can't we just meet new people and not judge women? Not judge women? Am I pressing up my boobs against each other? I look like I'm a guy flexing. Are my shoulders too broad? I know. I feel out of proportion. My dad gets angry at how much vagina there is. He's visibly angry. My mom pretends there's nothing going on. That's how my mom is. Oh, Larry's such a nice boy. That's what my mom says. You need to go to the gym. Your drop from 46 to 33, that's not a big enough drop. This is drops. Women hating other women. Goblins tell you that 36B, 34 waist, 40 hips. Goblins tell you that's good. It's 36, 22, 34. And then women telling me that a 45-inch drop to a 33-inch waist with hips, who knows? Do men get hips measured? It's just V-taper. Don't get angry at the vagina. That's what I literally said to Dad. I'm like, why are you getting mad at me? Women are throwing themselves towards my dog. This is why you get a dog, Dad. This is why you get a dog. Because Tom Brady, he is a sleut. He loves everybody, but he really, really, really loves women. And he loves when there are cool women that are cool. Because he's Tom Brady, my dog. I mean, he's a ABCD. He's an American-born Chinese dog. And his name's Tom Brady. Get it? He's blonde on the outside, Chinese on the inside, just like Tom Brady. Tom Brady, my mentee. He's blonde on the outside, Chinese on the inside. There's no way that a person looks that good. Oh, all he does is plastic surgery. This is how you know you've made it as a woman, is you don't look at another woman and go, her boobs, they're fake. Like, that's how you know you've made it, is when women don't accuse you of, well, actually, that's how you both know you've made it and you've got people that have lost it. When women ask you, you've gotten a boob job, haven't you? Nope. It's just because I've been dating Larry Chang. My boobs are now bigger. I don't have a boob job. Larry, can you show me how to make my boobs bigger? I want to date you. let's do looks maxing later. But I'm not going to date you, but we can boobs max you. This is, more women are probably going to hate you, but you're okay with that because your boobs will be bigger. This is boobs maxing. I don't actually want to know what I'm going to tell you. And I'll tell it to you for free because I could charge a ton of money for this, but that's not where I want to make money from. Could you imagine? I could imagine that. Boobs maxing. Hashtag boobs maxing. Tom Brady repeating mewing. I'm not going to say I swear Tom Brady reads my social media because that would seem like it's schizophrenic. What I can say is Tom Brady, he gave out his phone number on ESPN. It's 415-612-1737. Because we don't filter, we don't moderate, we don't mitigate people that have things to tell us. Larry Chang, 650-283-8008. I consent to you text messaging me, and since you're probably going to send boob selfies anyway, I consent to you sending me boob selfies. I consent to you sending me boob selfies. Because what we're doing is not criticizing Tom Chang viscerally throwing up at all the vagina that gets thrown towards his super tall, super hot son with some super clear defects, which is, Larry, what the fuck? Why won't you fix your tooth? It bothers me. It bothers you? It bothers you? I thought you wanted me to be less good looking. I'm missing a tooth. Larry, what the fuck? Why won't you fix your smile? There's a missing tooth right there. Let me get this straight, beta male. Calling the alpha of alphas a beta male is some super funny shit. I always have something to learn from Tom Chang. Have I mentioned to you my mentor, Tom Chang? Larry, will you fix your tooth? It's bothering me. Dad, are you trying to make me better looking? Because last time I checked, you hate it when I'm good looking. It's not a love-hate relationship with how good looking his son is. He's a Gemini, he's internally conflicted, he's trying to win the interior monologue. This is where I learned vagina whispering from. This is how I learned women hating other women. Because Tom Chang isn't a woman, but he exhibits female behaviors. This is what I'm talking about. He's conflicted about wanting a good-looking son while he doesn't want his son to be too good-looking. Why won't you fix your tooth? It's because you want everything right and then one thing wrong. This is what my dad doesn't understand because he likes to tell people when he was young he was really good-looking, which he was really good-looking. I mean, he was really good looking. He still is good looking, annoyingly, and charming. I kind of hate it when people like my dad because he's so charming. But fuck that guy. We're talking about me right now in my relationship to him. He wants a good looking son, but he doesn't want to see it in his face all the time. And he's conflicted about compliments. What else are you going to talk about at a wedding? You're not going to talk about, hey, I read Larry Chang's last social media piece. Crossing the chasm from the right is some of the most genius shit ever to take place at Stanford Entrepreneurship. They're not going to say that. They're not going to say, hey, the way that Larry Chang buys things for no money, that's some Jewish genius Jedi shit. They're not going to say that. They're going to say, wow, your son, he's really good looking. That's what people say at weddings, okay? After one wedding, we'll call her Wendy or Alice. They got married back-to-back weekends. Who DJ'd that? That would be Larry Chang. Thank you very much. Why? Because I wanted my parents to go. Wouldn't it be great if two branches of the family got married on back-to-back weekends? Weekend one. Weekend one. Weekend one. Larry, I'm upset. Ask me why I'm upset. I don't care. I'll tell you why I'm upset, Larry. Okay? There must have been 40 people that came up to me to tell me what a handsome son I have. And, Larry, nobody said anything else positive about you. Okay, well, at least nobody came to ask to borrow money. True story, no one in my family has ever asked to borrow money from me. True story. In fact, I'm actually offended that no one in my family has ever asked to borrow money. Or at least invest money. What are you upset about? This is women hating other women. Why is your brain wired to be unhappy at a wedding? You only had to take one flight out to California. You could have had to take 2 flights. This is 1 flight, 2 weddings, 2 branches. You should be saying thank you right now. You should be saying thank you right now. Not thankful. What happens when women hate other women? Not thankful. Not thankful. Just be thankful and be forgiving, especially with compliments. Next wedding, next weekend, I go, hey, you see that good-looking older man over there? Yeah, the one with the crowd of people around him. Will you go up to him and say, Larry Chang is really good at doing laundry? They're like, why would I say that? Well, are my clothes not clean? Yeah. And I'm like, plus it's an inside joke, plus it'll give you something to go talk to him about. I sent over 50 people that would say, oh, that Larry, he always has a book with him. It's pretty cool. At the end of that wedding, he goes, I know what you did to me. I know what you did to me. I know what you did. I know what you did. Which is I sent over dozens of people to go randomly tell him some useless fact. This is why I understand why women hate other women, because I had to understand Tom Chang trying to be congruent. This is us communicating congruency. This is us benefiting from a very Tom Chang thing as women, which is Tom Chang and Larry Chang, we're not buying you a vacation, but we kind of want you to go on this vacation. Pick a city, Austin or New York. In the comments, pick a city, Austin or New York. So, you picked both. You greedy bastards, let's go. We're really gonna do Mountain View because it's hashtag 30 days of Gemini 3 in Mountain View during Google I/O. Do you remember when I said back-to-back weddings? That's because most people can't look at the calendar. If the weddings were on the same day, Tom Chang would be screwed because he'd be having to be in 2 California cities at one time. This is the calendar. Nobody's talking about this, not even Google. It's Google I/O, which is, we're going to do Cambridge in a second with the 31 days of Anthropic in Cambridge. You're welcome. That's Boston. Enjoy your own hashtag. Mimic hashtag 30 days of Gemini 3 in Mountain View. So the thing I said about Cambridge, you can do for Anthropic. Because what we're doing is we're running ahead of something that other people are going to say, oh my God, is it already Christmas? I don't say that, because I say the 12 days of Christmas, they weren't broken. What is my Jewish friend, my Jewish acquaintance, what is my Jewish guy saying the 12 days of OpenAI for? Because day one was 1800 ChatGPT. That's day one. So on day one, it was a giant dose of what the F is 1800 ChatGPTs. Well, what my Jewish colleague, Jewish fellow tribe member was trying to say was 1-800 ChatGPT. That's a phone number. What? You're going to lead off in 12 days of OpenAI with a phone number? That's a problem. The rest of the 12 days were a shit show. Have I been able ever to mold shit into something valuable? How Japanese am I? Ikigaiga, which is the Japanese art of polishing turd into art. How Japanese am I to polish up Japanese petrified shit into art? Andrew Mason, Groupon. Do you know who Andrew Mason is? We sing songs about entrepreneurship. Andrew Mason, Groupon. Andrew Mason at Stanford. Andrew Mason at Y Combinator Startup School at Stanford. Andrew Mason. Slide 9 said, I know I'm showing off. Mushi, mushi, mushi. Tom Chang made me memorize 5 paragraphs and then write it all out in Chinese. That's called Moxia. Imagine memorizing 5 paragraphs in Chinese and writing that shit out all in Chinese at 100% accuracy. What kind of crazy fuck are you, Tom Chang? That's Moxia. Slide 9, Andrew Mason. Let's polish up our turds and get super rich. You see, Andrew Mason, Tom Brady, Larry Chang, we sound like we're joking. Is that a joke? Polishing shit. Polishing our turds, getting super rich. I'm like, are you joking right now? No, I'm not joking. That's Groupon. Groupon is a group coupon. Groupon. Andrew Mason wanted to do a dome over Chicago. If we fundraise $3 billion, we're going to put a dome over all of Chicago. If we don't raise $3 billion, nobody pays. That really wasn't working. That was called The Point. So he DJ'd up his own idea by going, this isn't working. So he uses WordPress. Shout out Matt Mullenweg. Larry, your brain is like an encyclopedia. I love it. Can I buy you dinner and then buy you a first class ticket and then buy myself a coach class ticket? Matt Mullenweg. Yes, yes, yes. You see, Andrew Mason was failing with a company called The Point. Women hate other women. I don't hate women. I'm helping women become a billionaire before they turn 30 or 29. And then I'm selling you baby jizz from Larry Chang for $275,000. But good news, billionaire blonde lady, if that sperm that turns into a human doesn't play 2 professional sports while attending Stanford for free, you get the $275,000 that you paid for my baby juice, you get it back. I'm offering 100% guarantees that my offspring go to Stanford. It's just $275,000, which is worth it because I helped you be a billionaire, which is hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. What we're doing in this video is explaining to you what Quora never could understand, which was, Larry, how do you make money? I'm making money hand to God with a straight face with this sales proposal. I helped you, future blonde billionaire who's currently 19 years old. I helped you become a billionaire. Will you buy sperm from me for $275,000? Don't be a greedy bitch and cut that dose of sperm 4 ways where you have 4 babies. That's not the spirit. The spirit is you're paying $275,000 per baby. This baby is guaranteed to go to Stanford. Why? Because it's gonna be tall, okay? Doesn't matter how shitty your genes are, okay? It doesn't matter. Plus, this way we start our relationship off with a divorce because I'll have full custody because you can't be trusted, or maybe you can be trusted. I've yet to determine that. But I'm selling baby juice. I'm selling baby juice. If you're buying baby juice and you're in a married relationship, ew, but no judgments, that will not be done directly. That'll be done with a turkey baster. That's how I make money, is I'm selling lap dances for $35,000 before the $275,000 baby juice. Why is a why is a lap dance worth 5 figures? Because during the lap dance, that's going to be PG-13, I'll be dancing my Christian dance. It'll look like this. Take math class before math class. This is what Caucasian and black people just don't get, which is, if you took math class before math class, you'd be in competition with my offspring who's going to take math class 5 times. Do you now understand why the 30 days of Gemini 3 in Mountain View works? Because most people show up to Mountain View at Google I/O not understanding shit all about shit or all. It's the meme of you don't understand shit all about shit all. You see, instead of asking me, hey, how do you make money? This is the best video I've ever watched. Instead of asking that, why don't you say this question? Why don't we ask ourselves this question? Why don't we ask ourselves this question? Why don't we ask ourselves this question? Which is, what if we self-funded MBA school before we even applied to MBA school? What if we self-funded our trip to Mountain View before the hashtag 30 days of Gemini 3 in Mountain View? Because hashtag, you've never used one before. You're a virgin. You're a money virgin. You're trying to get a six-figure guy. Most women won't make six figures total before they turn 30 in the world. You're trying to get a guy who makes six figures a year. How many women on this planet are going to make six figures total before they turn 30 years old? That would be not even 1% of women are going to make 100K total before they turn 30. Somebody doesn't know what GTA 7 is or GTA 9, which is Grand Theft Asian, steal all of my ideas. Have you seen my GTA trailer? Have you seen my GTA trailer? Because what if we got ROI for GTA 6 before GTA 6? What if we got ROI for Stanford Business School before we spent $275,000? What if we bought these books for $6, $5, $7, some single digit number of dollars, which is New Ventures and The Entrepreneur? You see, that's edition 6. I like edition 5. You said Boston. You said Boston. You said Boston. New Business Ventures and The Entrepreneur. You see, there was a very female thing that happened. Women hate other women. A very female thing happened, which is the battles were so fierce, Larry, because the stakes were so low. Why do women hate other women? The battles, Larry, between women were so fierce because the stakes were so low. Where did I steal that from? I stole that from college administrators. College administrators, they fight. The battles were so fierce because the stakes were so low. Edition 5 to edition 6. You see, the guy who let me into Stanford Business School for $3, Irv Grousbeck, he got cut. Who cuts Irv Grousbeck? Well, the battles on campus were so fierce because the stakes were so small. Running low on green tea. The way we're going on vacation for free is we're finding some minuscule thing that is a problem. It's not minuscule to everybody. It's not minuscule to everybody because somebody cares. By hunting for a problem and solving that problem, we financially benefit. And let's say you say, Larry, I'm unemployed. I don't care about money. The government is my sugar daddy. Let's say you say that. Let's say you say, Larry, I don't believe that you're a Google IPO investor I don't care how much Google shit you have. Larry and Sergey are overrated. All they did was create an algorithm called back rubbing. Okay, what's your point? Because my point is so clear, which is just front run. Don't tear down another woman, just run in front of her. Which is, can we stop gossiping about people, ladies, and just start gossiping about Larry Chang's ideas? How many Easter eggs have I laid? Let me repeat that because you didn't laugh and you didn't love it. As a Chinese guy doing stand-up comedy sitting down, I'm going to repeat my jokes until there's laughter, which is, can you tell I'm about to give birth? I'm about to give birth. And I'm not talking about dropping off a food baby. I'm talking about birthing an idea from my four brains into one of your orifices. Why women hate other women. Front running. All we're doing is, we don't need jokes. We just need insights. With front running, all we're going to do is this simple math. This is the simplest math. I can't make it any simpler. It's too late for you to go to this year's Super Bowl, ladies. I already am knee deep in putty. But the good news is I'm probably going to be single in the year 2027 because she's not quite yet 23. I'm going to wait a year and a half. Because in 2027, the Super Bowl is February 14th. No one knows who's going to be in it. Nobody knows yet. This is why hotels in Los Angeles are dirt cheap. Probably because your hotel is going to be surrounded by homeless people because Gavin Newsom is still going to have Los Angeles as a flaming hellhole. George Gascon is probably still going to be the Attorney General. The crime and the grape, that's engineered in to drop the real estate. Bankruptcy is a business model. You didn't ask me what my pronouns are. What? Whatever. Thank you for your hate comments. I don't even understand. But thank you for the super chat. A super chat is where you write not a one-word chat. Everyone else's super chat is a super chat, $500. You are super chatting. We're going to make money from that. That's a super chat. February 14th, 2027, the housing cost is low. Ditto February 8th, 2026. The housing costs are still relatively low. You see, ladies, I know you don't know how the Super Bowl works. It's the two final teams. Let me correct myself. The obese women know about the Super Bowl because obese women are afforded an opportunity to mate when they host a Super Bowl party. This is how chubby women mate and date. This is why God invented beer. Here's the problem, is that Gen Z doesn't drink anymore. Now even the chubby women are angry and arrogant. This is why women hate other women, because you blamed Caucasian males And then they're like, you know what? Not only are we going to not date, we're also not going to drink alcohol. Obese women, under the new rules of obesity, still obese. How's it been trying to date at bars now that Gen Z men are no longer drinking alcohol? How's that going? How's that going? Because what we're going to now need to do as obese women, or any kind of women, is we're going to need to self-fund our own trip to the Super Bowl. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to realize that the Super Bowl, February 8th, which you'll never be able to remember because you don't think you can do it. To the blonde billionaires that are future billionaires, or to the blondes with giant boobs that have an abundance mindset, this is your drizzle. You're buying me dinner first and coach. This is reverse sugar daddy. To the blondes who have big boobs, this is your gift because you have an abundance mindset. This is your gift. Your gift is this. No longer ever say February 8. Say day 70. Say day 70. Say day 70. There are women pretending to be men who are saying, don't go to the Super Bowl. Women hate other women. Women don't want you to go on this free vacation. That should stimulate blondes with big boobs to say, I'm not going to listen to that goblin pretending to be a guy. That's what social media is. Women pretending to be men so that way they don't get social media bullied. Interesting. What did I just walk into? We're walking into a video called Women Hate Other Women, What They Don't Teach You in School. Because right now we're loving on women who have an abundance mindset. Let's go to the Super Bowl, no sugar daddy required. Let's go to the week of Super Bowl parties. There are a lot of women are unemployed. That's just true. That's just, somebody went woke, somebody went broke. Also, somebody watched what Elon Musk did by firing 80% of the people and then doubling the revenue. This is us self-funding a trip to the Super Bowl. You see, February 8th is the day of the Super Bowl. That is day number 70. This is your free trip. I hope you get a pen. If you're blonde with giant boobs that when you go braless, people are like, no way are your boobs anti-gravity. You're having an abundance mindset. This is free. No dinner required. No thank you required. No gratitude required. No first class ticket required. No workshop attendance required. No workshop available. This is the workshop. This is what you've stepped into. You see, February 8th is reading ahead in the book. What if you could buy Bitcoin on 10/31/08? You'd be a billionaire right now. This is the first time that you've done this type of arbitrage. This is Web 12, which is AI, which is Web 1, Web 2, which is me transferring money via social media. I hope your pen's furiously going to get ready to scribble. If you've never been to the Super Bowl, it takes place on Sunday. The cities rotate. Las Vegas, New Orleans, Los Angeles, not in that order. Las Vegas, New Orleans, San Francisco, Los Angeles, that's the order. These cities are announced years in advance. These cities lobby the NFL and the owners vote. The owners, they party at a party called the NFL Owners Party. That would be Thursday. That would be day 67 of hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Now that sentence, it could make you angry, but I'm letting you understand that there's no patriarchy to go to battle against. You see, what I just said was chess. What I just said was an NFL play call. What I just said was an in-depth hashtag. There are no secrets. There are no secret societies. There is no patriarchy. There are just the 3 laws of thermodynamics and time moving in one direction, straight. This is you time traveling using your pen and paper. Did you know that the entire continent of Africa can't invent anything because they can't plan? I know. I wish I didn't know this, but now you do. It's time to recruit Larry Chang to Africa. We're going to invent our first thing. But Larry, the pyramids! That would be aliens. That would be an ancient race. This is the first time you've ever invented something. I can't help it. I can't help it. Hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. You see, on Thursday, the owners are going to have a party. There are, oh, sure, it was black people inventing it. It was black people inventing it. Sure, it was black people inventing it. Congratulations, black people are the best. Can we move on? I don't understand why I'm not teaching at a traditionally black college. I don't understand. I don't understand. Am I not black enough? I'm plenty black enough. You haven't seen my basketball game. You have not seen my basketball game. You've seen my basketball shoes. You've seen my basketballs everywhere, but you've not seen my basketball game. Recruit me traditionally. Don't recruit me. Just, this is your keynote. Hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Day 69 is Saturday, February 7. What you're doing is you're connecting February 8 to January 3rd, because today is day 34 of the hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Don't put a pin in it. Set that page of notes aside. Start a new page of notes. This is page 4. We're not even skipping pages. I hope you get your notebook, and I hope that people throw vagina at you because you're going to be rich. Or dick. Do you see why men and women are different? Because ladies, you don't have to be rich in order for dick to get thrown on you. Me, people throw vagina because I'm tall and hot and I have a hot dog. But they also think that I'm rich. That's the difference between men and women. Why do women hate other women? You're welcome. I solved that. Let's solve. You don't need a sugar daddy. You just need 2 hashtags. Page 4. Page 4 is, you're not going to go to the Super Bowl. Let's just be honest. The reason you're not going to go to the Super Bowl is you already live in Palo Alto. You already live in the Bay Area. You're going to be there already. This is actually a problem because hashtag HTG HFA OTR. How to get home field advantage on the road. It's harder to get home field advantage on the road, period, at home. This is why Silicon Valley kind of gets lazy. This is why Stanford University and Harvard kind of gets lazy. Yes and no. Yes and no. Here's a better question, which is, have you ever used AI to get a free vacation? Instead of having me compare Gemini 3 to Grok 4 to Anthropic to OpenAI 68. Get it? It's pansexual and neurodivergent. There is no 69. Like when gay dudes say 69, they really mean double X 68. I don't want to know what I know. I turned around Silicon Valley Gay Mafia. Before I entered the feminist movement to solve women hating other women, I solved Silicon Valley Gay Mafia problems because I pay attention. This starfish, he is unharmed. Hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. You're not going to the Super Bowl. You're not getting home field advantage. This is hashtag HTG HFA OTR. You see, you want to go to a music festival. I don't know why women want to go to a music festival and then pay 5 easy payments of $1,000 each. Oh, I do know why. Because women have been tricked into a burrito for 4 easy payments. Ladies, how much food are you DoorDashing right now? On page 4, you've only got no pages of notes. That's okay. Which is hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at SXSW. That's 2026. March 1 is day 1 of hashtag 22 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. 2027 is hashtag 21 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. 2028 is hashtag 23 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. This is the book. This is the book. I consent to you stealing my book. You're in my book right now, which is question. You keep saying South by Southwest. Is this a way to go to the next 3 South bys for free? Because these are the hashtags that you're going to use. Can a hashtag self-fund my vacation to South by Southwest? Can a hashtag self-fund a trip to the Super Bowl? This is the Super Bowl. This is every Super Bowl. I go to every Super Bowl. This is how the Super Bowl works. There are marquee parties that cost $2 million. There's 5 of them that take place on Saturday. Mark Cuban, HDNet, Rolling Stone, Maxim Magazine, 2 people that are having a $2 million party, like buying 1 Super Bowl commercial. So they're going to host a party on Saturday. You see, the Super Bowl is actually a 1-week-long convention for the world. I have no idea what you're talking about, but you're a moderator. Enjoy moderating. I have no idea what you're talking about. There's a week of parties. It launches on Monday. Have you connected with anything that I've said? Like, you're moderating. I've seen you at least at 15 videos. What are you even doing in a room called Women Hate Other Women? You're definitely not listening. But that's okay. All are welcome, especially the pansexual, neurodivergent ones. All are welcome. Let's practice listening. Monday, Radio Row opens. There's 1 week of Super Bowl parties. I almost said 1 week of Christmas parties. It's like Christmas. It's like Christmas. Larry, is this where you give us 2,000 days of Christmas again? Because I gave 2026 Christmases yesterday. Have you seen that video? It's 3 hours of me dropping Easter eggs like I'm on Miami Vice shooting Easter eggs out of a machine gun. How many Easter eggs have I dropped already? You see, on Monday, Radio Row opens. It's in Santa Clara. San Francisco is the Super Bowl location. There are 3 airports to fly into. Right now, the hotels are still in around $100. Think about it. This hotel room is minimum going to be $200. How much does a bus trip from Tucson to San Francisco cost? Because what we're doing as unemployed women, we lost our jobs because we were talking too much shit on social media. This is a day in the life of a tech worker about to be unemployed. Have you seen those videos? They're hilarious. They're basically a social media video going, I'm committing fraud, somebody fire me, I'm not even Somalian. Which is women posting TikToks, short form video. This is a day in the life of a person that makes 6 figures. I don't do shit all day. Have you guys seen those videos? We're gonna solve those because I don't hate on women. This is not Larry the woman hating other women. This is Larry the woman grooming you to no longer push a broom. Developing you into a product manager. Have I showed you Dan Olson's book before? Look. How feminine am I? I'm propagating a plant. Pretty cool, right? I'm propagating a plant. Me, unlike you, I watched a YouTube video and I took some action. Speaking of YouTube videos, have you met Dan Olson before? Have you met Dan Olson before? Have you met Dan Olson before? You see, ladies, you were working in product management, talking social media shit, and then getting yourselves fired. You got yourselves fired because you posted TikToks. Hey, what's a day in the life like? Well, that video was showing you, let's fire this person because she doesn't do shit. You see, what we're doing with day number 67 is realizing that on Thursday, we can speak at the Super Bowl as an unemployed woman. Larry, this sounds like a video. Are you selling me a video? Yeah, I'm hard selling you a $0 video called How to Speak at Any Conference as an Unemployed Person. Let me repeat that, ladies, because you're currently unemployed. Why are you unemployed? Because firing you didn't change the revenue. I don't hate you. I love you. And I love the fact that you're now going to read chapter 9, Dan Olson, which is step number 6, minimum viable product. Dan Olson's book. You worked in product management before while reading 0.0 product management books. This is you going from unemployed female, not gonna make 100K total before you turn 30, into probably making 100K a month, depending on how much of an abundance mindset you have. I almost said you're gonna make 100K with big boobs and being blonde, but then you, in your chick logic and female wiring, you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, are you gonna make me do OnlyFans? Are you gonna make me do OnlyFans 67 days, 67 hours per month? No, I'm saying you can make 100K a month doing some Silicon Valley Y Combinator shit. 100K a month. A month. 6 figures. Ladies, how much money is 8 figures? How much money is 8 figures? I'm not hating on women. I dare to teach women math. I dare to. You see, the reason I have this moxie, the reason I have this hubris, the reason I have this confidence is the fact that I built my career mentoring hot women acing the SAT. This is technical sales. This is pharmaceutical sales representation, which is, can you sell something that's technical? Is this borderline Shelby Sapp, Hot Girl Sales Club? Is this borderline high ticket sales? Because I'm not gonna sell you Shelby Sapp's class for $2,029.97. I'm not gonna sell you that, because I am going to sell you on, can you make $3,000 with one hashtag? I think you can. I think you can make $100,000 per month. Look at Shelby Sapp, venture capital masters, Arizona State University. She learned how to do door-to-door. I'm not saying she's going to be a blonde millionaire with nice boobs. I'm saying she's going to be a blonde with nice boobs who's going to be a billionaire who's making 100K a month. This is Web 12. It does not take money to make money. This is first principles. Maybe my style was amazing. Maybe you think, oh, I don't need to learn from him. I can just date him. That's not possible. I'm out of commission on so many levels. And your opportunity is fixing your brain via your 4 brains. You just met the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley. Would you like to buy a Belfie from me? Normally they're $800. But if you make $800, I'll give you a Belfie for $0. Larry, make that make sense. Okay, I will. You see, if you go to Stanford Business School for $3, I benefit. That's how I make money. Because at Stanford GSB, aka Stanford Business School, or our safety college, Harvard, you're going to say, Larry Chang's a genius. Irv Grousbeck taught him. And then they're going to say, Irv Grousbeck, he got cut This is how to go on vacation to the Super Bowl using one video, spidering into 2 videos. Strap in, ladies. Remove your fingers from the dolphin and let's double click our mouse towards what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School about search fund. They used to teach you at Harvard Business School about search funding, because edition 5, New Business Ventures and the Entrepreneur, to edition 6, Howard cut Irv. Irv Grossbach got cut by Howard. I know this seems incredibly detailed, but it's genius because it's a class at Stanford called Search Fund. We're not going to argue DEI. We're not going to argue that. But trying to make everybody win, even the retards who shouldn't be here, because if your skin color got you in, now you're bringing the average IQ down a little bit. But don't worry, don't worry. There's a person with an even lower IQ named Larry Chang who's going to help you. You DEI'd your way in. Me, I DEI'd my way into my college. Defensively excellent infielder. And what I had to do, because my GPA was too low after I went to the University of Illinois, was I had to learn a class at Stanford without attending that class at Stanford. This has brought me to your conclusion, which is, don't be a woman hating Larry Chang just because I won't date you as a lesbian. Don't hate, appreciate. You see, you can just go to the Super Bowl and then meet your plan B. You can meet your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, a BATNA with Larry Chang. I am being crushed right now so much with vagina that it hurts me to say no, because I want to say yes. Currently downstairs is completely out of commission. I think there's a growth on it. And that STD, it's not healing the way it should. It's not. I mean, it'll probably heal for someone. It just won't be healing for you. Because you can connect an API, hashtag external API, hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl, hashtag HTG HFA OTR. Break! Turbo hike! You see, you may not like the fact that that was genius. You may not like that genius because you're trying to say, Larry, explain it to me in my low socioeconomic terms. I'm a woman. 99% of females on the planet will not make 6 figures before we turn 30 total. Explain it to me so that way I can explain it to the 99% of females who will never make 100K total before 30. Me, I want to make 100K before the end of this video. This video was taped in front of a live audience of people on YouTube Live. I want to make 100K total before this video ends. Total. I can't speak to you in low socioeconomic terms because look at the accountability, look at the economic data. 99% of females on this planet, the third rock from the sun, will not make 100K total. I realize that you have 3 friends that make 100K per year. I gave you 3 hashtags that are a pathway to making 100K per month. You see, hashtags are a compression algorithm. And when you say mansplain, you're a woman hating on other women, because mansplaining is a made-up word for I don't want to know how the patriarchy works. I don't want to know. There is no secret society. I don't want to know economic truths. The only reason, Larry, I'm listening to you, to be honest, is I want to sit on your face, eat my vagina. I'm sorry. I will eat my future wife's vagina in year number 10. Happy anniversary, sweetie. I don't eat vagina. That's time preferences. That's delayed gratification, because I'm sure your vagina is delightful. Compression algorithm, let me mansplain this to you as if you're going to speak at the Super Bowl and no longer be unemployed. You see, what they don't teach you at Harvard about Search Fund, they used to teach you at Harvard about Search Fund. This is me not being slutty with my body. This is me giving you the cow intellectual property wise. You get the milk, you get the cow. Me, I get a hug or a pound. Not a cheek slap pound. I'm talking about a virtual knuckles. High five. High 10. High 10 with the unicorn. You see, it's a compression algorithm. That's what a hashtag is. All of physics is explaining stuff that is predictable behavior, which is PV equals NRT. Stop saying that Tom Brady is a cheater if you don't understand what Boyle's law is. Tom Brady Deflategate, Tom Brady picking up the trophy after a 4-game suspension because Indianapolis, the temperature was 11 degrees. That's T. When T goes down, P goes down. That's why the ball got deflated. PV equals NRT. This is the Vagina Whisperer daring to be your SAT tutor. This is what I first technically sold. I sold SAT score improvement. You're meeting Larry Chang, SAT tutor. Before SAT tutoring, we should all start a business. It turns out VCs, half of them used to be an SAT tutor. You can't just scream, there should be more women VCs. You need more women tutoring the SATs. If you tutor the SATs, you'll probably end up being a VC. That could be another thing for you at the 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl, which is let's make more women VCs. That's where the power's held. Oh, that water's delicious. VC, venture capital, it's one hell of a drug. VC office hours at 5:30 Lytton, hashtag 530 Lytton. Mansplaining a hashtag, it's a compression algorithm. You see, when a hashtag connects conversations, it's like me having an orgasm inside of you. You can make a baby if you believe that sperm inserted inside of fallopian tubes, swimming up to the ovaries, inseminates an egg and gives birth to you making 100K per month. That is a compression algorithm. It's insertion and explosion. I do dare say load and explode. I do dare say hashtag ENGR245. But initially, we're just working with 3 hashtags. Hashtag external API, hashtag HTG HFA OTR, comma, hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. Venture capital, it's one hell of a drug. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, fund of founders. John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. It's basically 8 Chinese guys, Asian guys, that look exactly the same. I don't get offended when somebody calls me Ed Chen, John Teo, Tim Chang. And that's not racism. Tim Chang's sister was pulling on my arm going, Tim, 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 Tim. And I'm like, Larry, 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 Larry. She's like, ha, 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 ha. Tim, Tim, we got to cut your birthday cake. I'm like, no, no, no. Literally, Larry, 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 Larry. And she looks at me and she's like, you just changed clothes. I'm like, I'm Larry Chang. She's like, Tim, we got to go. I'm like, who the fuck are you? She's like, oh my God, Tim doesn't swear. Are you not Tim? I'm like, who are you? Well, I'm Tim's sister. I'm like, stop it. Stop it. You shut your face when you're talking to me, Tim's sister. Tim Chang, his wife went to University of Arizona. I think Steve Kerr thought I was Tim Chang because Steve Kerr, his wife went to University of Arizona. We had a delightful conversation, me and Steve Kerr. He goes, I didn't know you're from Illinois. I'm like, yeah, we're having a great conversation. Steve Kerr really likes me. He was really charming. He's the head coach of the Warriors. And I was like, oh yeah, you like me? I like you. I'm a huge fan of yours. He's like, shut up. I'm like, no. The way you gave the speech in front of the Bulls, like, I'm not a woman hating other women. I'm not a beta male hating alpha males. Like, I'm a huge fan of yours. Do you remember that keynote that you gave when you said Phil Jackson asked me, hey, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, they don't think they're up for the game-winning shot. They thought I should shoot the game-winning shot. Ha ha ha, that was pretty funny. Steve Kerr also, hashtag MMPPI. Oh yeah. So then afterwards, Steve Kerr gives me his phone number, 85XXXXX. I'm like, yes! I number close everybody. I'm batting 100%. I'm batting 1,000%. I'm mixing sports metaphors. Afterwards, I realized that Tim Chang's wife went to University of Arizona. Steve Kerr's wife, also University of Arizona. Now I have imposter complex. This is how you know I am the vagina whisperer of Silicon Valley. Because I started to question myself with how much Steve Kerr really liked me, in the same way that Kobe Bryant really liked me, in the same way that Andre Iguodala really liked me, which is, did they think that I was John Teo, Tim Chang, or Larry Chang, Cheng? Did they think that? Because if Tim Chang's sister can get me mixed up, what hope does Steve Kerr have of being able to tell tall, super hot Chinese men apart, right? What hope? And then I started to really question my own Silicon Valley status and stature, which was University of Arizona Gamma Phi Beta. When I was speaking at that sorority house, while they literally kidnapped me and kept me from Kappa Delta, Kappa Alpha Theta, Gamma Phi Beta, the pink house, stop number 1. Why do women hate other women where they're trying to kidnap me? I thought they just wanted Larry Chang, but they're trying to just monopolize me and not let Kappa Delta and Kappa Alpha Theta benefit. Gamma Phi Betas, they can be competitive. I still remember what that sorority house smelled like, what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Victoria's Secret. Using Victoria's Secret to go from a FICO score of 0 to 750. How do you live rent-free in other people's states? How do you live rent-free in any state besides New York and California? The way to live rent-free is, as a Gamma Phi Beta, you get a Victoria's Secret credit card. Nadi Shodhana breathing for the win. Sell that yoga class for $150,000. Find a overweight, obese person with a thick neck who has a CPAP. They're literally killing themselves by holding their breath. Page 42, Nadi Shodhana breathing. I'm at Gamma Phi Beta, helping women live for free, making $100K on $0. How? Duck 9, deeply understanding capital knowledge. Women, why do you hate other women? Because Gamma Phi Beta, I don't know why I thought this, but I thought going to work at my own company, not as the CEO, would be hilarious. I thought that'd be hilarious. So I got a job as an area manager, go speak at Gamma Phi Beta. I don't even get it. Do you fly to Tucson or do you drive to Tucson? It's so inconvenient. I'm just gonna drive. Wait a minute, I don't even need to rent a car. I already own a house. I think it's got a Mercedes in the garage. I kind of forget. Area manager rolling in with a Pimp Daddy Mercedes. I think I still own that car. Anyway, I'm at Gamma Phi Beta. The keynote just killed. Why? 1, because that room was amazing, okay? 2, I actually miss being on the front lines of entrepreneurship. That's why I wanted to go be an area manager for my own company. You see, being CEO, it kind of sucks. It sucks because you think you're the boss, but on the side of CEO, you actually have like 10 bosses. None of the relationships are very clear. When you're an area manager, you have one boss and you're at the front lines of entrepreneurship. You're at the front lines talking to the customer. I actually miss talking to the customer. Stop number 1, Gamma Phi Beta. Stop number 2, Kappa Delta. Stop number 3, Kappa Alpha Theta. You see, you speak at Monday sorority chapter meetings. I have this energy that is magnetic because I'm healthy and I'm super hot. But I also have a level of angst where I feel like sometimes people don't listen as well as they should. This concoction was perfect for Gamma Phi Beta. I actually cared. And I didn't know this at the time, But when you don't want to sleep with women, they want to sleep with you. When you have to leave to go to Kappa Delta, Gamma Phi Beta wants you to stay. This is why I don't think I left that sorority house for like 4 days. It was a disaster. Larry, what did you talk about? How did you seduce so many women? Because sometimes when you talk your way out of vagina. You'd be great if you just didn't talk. When you say, I'd be great if I didn't talk, what you're saying is you're trying to psychologically castrate me. You're trying to reduce my price so that way I will like you more. In the history of being a woman, has that ever worked? Which is reducing the price by talking to the Louis Vuitton Gucci crossover. Did I say Gucci? I meant Hermès. The LV Hermès crossover. It's like a Birkin bag, but 10 times more valuable. I am the blonde billionaire whisperer. I forget that I help blondes. I forgot that I help blondes. First person to say OnlyFans loses. Women hate other women. When women hear that women are billionaires, women prostitute each other by saying, she only got there because she slept her way to the top. I might be batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires, but I only go to third base. Maximum. Larry, what did you talk about at Gamma Phi Beta? I talked about going from 0 FICO score or shitty FICO score to a FICO score over 750, usually 800. Do you know about Victoria's Secrets? It's going to sound like a joke, but it's not a joke. Let's, as women, not hate on other women. You see, Victoria's Secret is actually the establishment, the foundation for 3 Silicon Valley unicorns. I'm not going to say Kenneth Lynn Credit Karma, but look up Kenneth Lynn Credit Karma Victoria's Secret. Because money. I'm a money whisperer, credit whisperer. You see, chapter 1 of every book is usually a catch-22. The best books solve a problem. Problem, you're facing a catch-22. Problem, you're going to have to fly 22 missions before we let you go home. Aerial combat. What's the average lifespan of a combat fighter? Oh, that would be 1.8 flights. So you're saying I gotta fly 22 missions before I can retire? What's my likelihood of ducking death and ducking bankruptcy? 0. Do you understand why it's called the 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK now? Because the way the system's set up is everybody's going bankrupt and your government kind of needs to kill you. At least 40% of the people need to die in order for the government to perpetuate the fraud. Good news. Good news. The internet's on. Good news. The collapse of this Roman Empire will be televised over Wi-Fi, mesh network, and the Elon Musk Starlink system, or bouncing waves off the ionosphere, or CB radio. True story, we can trade Bitcoin using paper wallets, CB radio, bouncing waves off the ionosphere, Good luck trying to turn the internet off. What's going on at Gamma Phi Beta is I need to leave this, oh my God, this sorority smells amazing. I got to manage the chemical that's currently being produced off of my pretty much fully erect Johnson. The sorority house, it smelled amazing. It smelled like 190 women simultaneously ovulating at the same time. And now I gotta give chapter. Chapter is Monday nights. Whoa. Have I told you how amazing that sorority house smelled, Gamma Phi Beta? It's a giant pink house. The worst looking girl in Gamma Phi Beta in Tucson is a 9.8. The ugliest girl is a 9.8. One government calling another government saying, do you have a population problem? That's how they're going to do it. But the good news is the internet's on. One person telling the truth. One person telling the truth is all you need. One person telling the truth. What are you lost on? Gamma Phi Beta. I need to leave. I need to leave before I even ate dinner here. I should have never eaten dinner here. That's why I refuse to ever eat dinner at a sorority house. That's why. Yeah, I dated Miss California, Alpha Phi, but I never ate dinner there. I ate something else there, but Miss California, I never ate dinner. I never ate dinner. I never ate dinner there. You don't ever want to eat in a sorority house? They're going to drug your food. You never want to drink free drinks at the jewelry store. You never want to eat. And you don't want to eat food at the Super Bowl party. I know. This is how to make 100K in a month. It's time preference, food delayed gratification. We're still in the Gamma Phi Beta house. That's deeply understanding networking knowledge with VCs. This is the sorority house. This will benefit you. You see, inside the sorority house, I was going to give a talk on how to go from your level of FICO score to a high level of credit score. If you pay attention, Gamma Phi Betas, not you guys. If Gamma Phi Betas pay attention, the result is you can live rent-free in a house. You see, I didn't know this at the time intrinsically like I know it now, which is it's much easier to help upper middle class people be rich because poor people have too much baggage. Poor people have too many crabs pulling you back into the pot of crabs. This is why women don't get rich, is that women are getting destroyed by another woman who's trying to knowledge activate this truth, which is misery loves company. I'm barren, postmenopausal. I'm going to try to destroy a uterus of a 20-some-year-old female. Mental ovarian removal, psychological hysterectomy, salpingo oophorectomy, unilateral oophorectomy, psychological mastectomies. Because women try to destroy other women, why did this feminist movement finally get a Larry Chang? Now you're understanding what the Vagina Whisperer is. That's not a nickname I gave myself. That's me solving women's entrepreneurship problems as being the solo founder of hashtag Cal eWeek, California Entrepreneur Week. Cal loves to sue anybody that says Cal, which is why the students at Cal call it Berkeley whatever. They don't even call it Berkeley, they call it Skydeck. The fuck is Skydeck? It's in the basement. Like, why are you calling the basement a Skydeck? I mean, now it's above ground, but didn't it start in a hole? That's because Cal, like the University of Illinois, it loves to sue you. These are truths of women hating other women. When your college hates you, it's because your college is being run right now by women. Why does my college hate me? Why didn't Larry Chang teach here? Why didn't Larry Chang teach here? Oh, he did teach here. We just went ahead and banned him. He was making too many people rich. We couldn't figure out how he's making money. He was helping Stanford students make money, and he wasn't taking a cut. What? What am I gonna do? Hey, Stanford kid, did you just make $3 million in MLB? Can I have $200? What? Would that be weird? That would be weird and bad. Gamma Phi Beta, back on topic, women hating other women. Just don't hate the woman named Larry Chang. Just stop hating, which is so when you have a moment of clarity, how do you break from 750 into 800s? FICO score. Your goal is to be in or around 750. You don't ever want to trade wealth for a FICO score of 850. FICO score is wired to keep you poor. This is what they don't teach you in school, is nothing makes sense about a FICO score. The only thing you want to do is get $2 billion or $2 million, you pick, and then get a FICO score around 720. Because that means that you don't have a mortgage, you don't have a car payment, you're now Warren Buffett, Matt Smith, Larry Chang, which is a FICO right around 720. But when you're starting off and you're a credit virgin, you want to shoot up like a green candle to 750 or 800. This is how to do it. You want to have 2 lines of credit paying on time every month for 2 years. This is what I talked about at Gamma Phi Beta. I think everybody's vagina got super wet because nobody had ever explained how to connect Victoria's Secret to free car, free house. This is how to connect Victoria's Secret. Because initially there's a catch-22. Nobody's gonna give you credit. Here's another catch-22 is a credit law that I passed with my friend Barack Obama. House Resolution 627. Larry, did you say Barack Obama is your friend who passed a law for you? I don't believe it. Well, fuck yourself in the face, because we as women, we don't need to hate on other women. After HR 627, I co-founded a franchise, me and Barack Obama, South by South Lawn. Because South by Southwest, it would be much better if Larry Chang were to just run it. This is Victoria's Secret. Am I the only one taking notes here? You see, Victoria's Secret connects to a free car and a free house. Do I have your attention now, ladies? I can feel the vaginal mucus. Change underwear later, Victoria's Secret. You see, I got President Barack Obama to cap credit lines at $800 or $300. Initially, they capped at $300 credit lines. Jesus Christ wants you to understand that me saying no is making other people want to say yes. It makes people want to say yes. It makes people want to say yes. This is how to be a Christian who's sexy AF. Because I know, ladies, I know that your panties are wet. I know that. But I'm not going to fuck you because I am a person who waits to do that. Because year 10, I will eat my wife's vagina. Happy anniversary, sweetie. Victoria's Secret, $300 credit line. I know. Thank you. Oh, before, thank you for the vagina selfies. That didn't even come out. Did you come? Victoria's Secret, Larry, a $300 credit line. Is that real? Look up House Resolution 627, maximum credit line $300. A US law to solve credit card debt. I started the company because, Duck9, because students were getting a $50,000 line of credit. You can't even make this shit up. I know, everyone thinks I'm the best, thank you. People were getting $50,000 lines of credit and then going bankrupt. There'd be a student who'd kill themselves. And then the school would name the entire basketball stadium MBNA Capital One. Victoria's Secret, free house, free car. Larry, you have my attention. See, what you're doing with Victoria's Secret is you're getting them to give you a $300 line of credit or a $600 line of credit because that costs them $50. You see, buying a dozen bras, it's $3, but each bra sells for like 15 bucks. Larry, are you a fan of Roy Raymond? Do you like lingerie? I am so Victoria's Secret that I'm gonna date 6 to 7 more Victoria's Secret models before I finally get married. I love Victoria's Secret. I know her secret box. Hashtag P.O. Box 16589. Columbus, Ohio. Hashtag P.O. Box 16589. I connected Victoria's Secret to free house, free car. Why? You get a free house when you get a FICO score over 800. Why? Because that's why the housing market became a bubble, is ninja loans. No job, no income, no FICO. Those people are getting loans. So why not gamify the system? Larry, my name's Peter Thiel. I'm gonna short the housing market. Peter, what are you talking about? Should we try to pray your gay away? True story, I almost prayed Peter Thiel's gay away. He got engaged to a woman. This is how deep in the bowels of Pray the Gay Away. I was trying to pray the gay away before I even knew that that was a problem. He had a problem. He was telling me that the housing market was a bubble. I'm like, what do you mean bubble? It's the most normal thing ever to have a gamma phi beta live in a free house. This is how the math works on a free house. A 3-bedroom house, gamma phi beta graduate. This is why you get to go to the Super Bowl for $0. I am basically a one-trick pony while riding a pony. Why? Because I'm just running ahead. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance. We're about to go into the Harvard. We're about to go to Harvard. We're about to go to hashtag HBS 6534. I'm a one-trick pony. You're welcome. This is the most valuable video you've ever come across. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance. That's a mortgage plus insurance plus taxes plus insurance. You see, your PITI is around $1,200 for a 3-bedroom house. Not anymore. This arbitrage died. This arbitrage, it was temporary. It was a decade of super easy money. Have I shown you how easy it is to make 9 figures? You just pay attention and you take notes and you say, what did you say? I said, Larry, I just need a person with a pulse and a FICO above the Mendoza line. I'm like, how about hot girls from sororities? How about hot girls from sororities with a FICO score of 800? Larry, I will pay you thousands of dollars per what? I'll pay you thousands of dollars per. I'm like, per what? They're like, Larry, are you retarded? We will pay you thousands of dollars per person? Is there a limit? Can you make money if you buy it for $4 and sell it for $2,000? Could you make money? FICO score 800, FICO score 750, and a job. This is Gamma Phi Beta living rent-free, $1,200. That's your principal, your interest, your taxes, and insurance. $1,200, that's kind of a lot, but this is how to make it go to zero. It's a 3-bedroom house. You get one roommate for $750, and then you get another roommate for $750, and then you live in the master. This is how boomers made money. This is how the economy should work. It's just that Barack Obama kind of fucked it up a little bit. He should have just let the banks go bankrupt. I'm not going to fault him. I am going to fault him. I am going to fault him. I'm torn. I should have said more. I should have done more. But I am solving it now. This is my penance. I'm a one-trick pony. You see, Gamma Phi Beta, they wanted to just lock me up and throw away the key. I don't think I left that house. I don't think I left that house. In fact, you can kind of see I'm still traumatized. I'm still at Gamma Phi Beta Tucson. You see, I showed women all the boxes, all the, not even green flags, there are orange flags. I didn't even know that orange flags were a thing. Because every time I talked, more pennies would drop. I had no idea what was going on. I was just happy to be an area manager at my own company. I was happy to be at the front lines talking to customers, sorority girls, helping rich people. Upper middle class is rich. Helping rich people get rich, that's what we should do now. It's super easy. You see, when you get a mortgage for principal, interest, tax, and insurance for $1,200, you get two roommates for $700 or $750 or at least $600. Now you're living rent free, and now you can get a car loan. Your car's free too. Why is your car free? Your car's free because there's this program. It's called the First Time Liar Program. The interest rate was so low that the car was basically free. This is still possible with a Cadillac EV. This isn't my video on credit hacking a free Cadillac. This is another Asian dude who looks actually super similar to me. It's in my playlist for American Spring, American Financial Spring. Being able to connect Victoria's Secret to free car, free house, now we're connecting Victoria's Secret to free South by Southwest, free New York Fashion Week. That's the benefit of the compression algorithm, which I have walked you through, borderline mansplaining. To answer your Harvard question real quick, what they don't teach you at Harvard about Search Fund, they used to teach you at Harvard about Search Fund. Why? Because they watered down the class so that way everybody would feel welcome. What happens when you water it down for the retards? Everybody goes bankrupt. It's too watered down. Now everybody goes bankrupt.
Enter to Bluetooth. Bluetooth connected.
Nine Days of Christmas. Are we enjoying being hilarious? Are we enjoying what is meant to be not a perfection, but a practice? Are we enjoying our ability to determine, lever, fulcrum, swivel, hinge a hashtag? The way other people use a hashtag is hashtag pay attention to me, hashtag sarcasm, a hashtag really as a exclamation point at the beginning of a sentence. But how we're using a hashtag is finding treasure, burying treasure, finding treasure, mapping treasure. Because other people are thinking unhinged. We're thinking fulcrum. Other people are thinking hashtags are just spam. We think a hashtag is a trail of breadcrumbs where we found Easter eggs. It's a trail of breadcrumbs. You see, other people, they don't even believe in breadcrumbs. Other people, they're going to be prostituting themselves for a slice of bread. We're headed into the danger zone. Hashtags are very important. Cowboy, cowboy, cowboy. They are important. Let's you and I ship. Break fast. Move things. Move hashtags. Break other people's egos. Move fast and break things. How Silicon Valley do we want to be? How Silicon Valley do we want to be? Hashtag 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. How do you plan on financially benefiting? That's a question. This is where you talk. I don't even want to know what field throwing financial tot goals. FTG, financial tot goals. That's not a hashtag. That's hashtags exclamation point. This is hashtag chapter 1 to G1C. 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. Chapter, tell me a number 1 to 14. Moderator, tell me a number 1 to 14. Any number 1 to 14. Hashtag chapter 13 to G1C. So write that hashtag out. It's let's win with 1 hashtag. Hashtag chapter 13 to G1C. Period. I'll wait. It might take you a while. Oh, good job. Chapter 13, 2 girls, 1 cup. That would be 2 girls, 1 cup of street smarts. That's chapter 13. You see, you don't see, this is your first viewership. This is your first insight This is your first hashtag. Hashtag 2 girls. Hashtag chapter 13, 2 girls, 1 cup. You see, what we're doing with 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge is chapter 13, it's about street smarts. It's incredibly street smart to use a hashtag. It's incredibly street smart to it's incredibly street smart to not poop one out during the chat. Count how many times people use hashtags correctly. Once you use 3 hashtags properly, bingo, bingo, winner, winner, chicken dinner. You see, once you memorize 1 through 14, you also can memorize other people's chapters 1 through 14. Limitless, 62, 64, chapter 4, chapter 14, chapter 13, Turbo Hike, where chapter 13 of Limitless DJs to our book, Mushi, 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 hashtag chapter 13, 2 girls, 1 cup. When I say 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, Mushi, 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 can you memorize other people's content? Therefore, I know Steve Blank's content better than he does. Page 37, page 79, page 131, page 159. We do these things not to impress me, Larry Chang. We don't do that. We do that. But we memorize these things, chapter 13, because we're anticipating people's questions. Question, Larry, how do I make money from this? You sell chapter 13 for $800. Larry, what's even in chapter 13? 2 things. If I show you how to make money with 2 things, will you pay me $888? And if the answer's hells yeah, then you know you've got a winner. Positive energy models, praying for people's souls. Positive energy models, funny stuff that I saw on YouTube. Let us practice asking better questions. Top 10 dumbest things I've seen people do. Cold open Yahtzee. Cold open. Did you see the cold open where she talked about her book? Flesh. Cold open Yahtzee. How are you at cold opening? Book club of 1. When you do a book club, what if your book club only had 1 person? Basically, you're trying to be a book agent. Book club of 1. What if you're being a book distributor? Book club of 1. Do you want to sell against 270,000 other competitors, or do you want to enter into a book club of 1? 1 of 1. Did you see where we were talking about flesh and flesh connecting to flesh? Writing 1 book per day. Reading 1 book per year. Remember before AI where you thought, hey, I really want to try to write a book, and then AI helped you do it, and then you're like, too easy. Very easy to do, much easier not to do. Let's go for a walk. Good. That's good. Good. Very good. Good.
Money.
What's up? What action have you taken? What action have you taken? What action have you taken? What action have you taken based on new information? What action have you taken based on feeling the vibe, the positive energy vibe? Larry, I really dig your vibe. Your positive energy model, it really works for me.
Oh.
I've got a question for you.
Oh.
Do all 6'2" Chinese people talk and walk the same? The reason I can't do that is you don't want to do that every time you're about to take 3 steps forward, you take 5 to 15 steps back. So I cannot. You see, I'm going to walk you through again for a 5th time, but this is how we're going to do it this time. I know you better than you know yourself. You see, you're going to send me $6. I'm going to give you 7 things to do. They're going to be the easiest things that you'll ever have done. Each of the 7 things, you'll get $1 back. I'm not trying to pay you $1. I'm trying to wire your brain correctly because your wiring, it's broken because every one thing you do, I'm going to give you $1 back. Because you've actually never made a profit before.
This is when guys talk to women and they're trying to make a prostitute into a good woman. Her brain is wired on 700 Ds. This is me wiring as the vagina whisperer. I don't want you to send me $6, but the theory behind it is send $6. I will give you $1 back when you do one of the things. You see, you've got to trick your brain into doing something new. And guess what? 1, 1, 26, that's not going to work. Yeah, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And this is where we're not even into our mentor relationship. You're already having a fight with me. Larry, I made a lot of money this year on silver, Larry. I was right all along. Question, Larry, can I pay you $14? You fly to Cleveland or Armpit. Can I pay you $15 to be my employee? You asked that as a question. You legit asked that as a question. You legit asked that as a question. You legit asked that as a question. Not putting you in timeout. Not putting you in timeout. Your friend wants to cornhole you. That's the level of commitment to entrepreneurship excellence. A question that's slightly better than, hey Larry, can I hire you for $15 an hour so I could be a millionaire? Remember Leroy Jenkins, Leroy Jam, whatever iteration of a name change you're on. This is a slightly better question. Do all 6'2" Chinese guys walk and talk the same way? That's actually a slightly better question, because then you would have studied Tim Chang, John Teo. Then you would have studied Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Cheng. Because I'm not 6'2", I'm 6'5". But when at least you ask the question of, Larry, do all 6'2", 6'3" Chinese guys walk and talk the same? Now you realize, yeah, because 3 VCs at Fund of Founders. When you don't study between YouTube lives, you're going to come to a YouTube live 3 steps behind where you should be. Larry, do all 6'2" Chinese guys walk and talk the same? Yes, because when you talk to us, we're 2% better every month. The comedy of triples. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang. It's funny because it's just like John Teo, Tim Chang, Leslie Chang. It's also the comedy of triples to be Justin Kan, Jason Shen, Larry Chang. Justin Kan, Y Combinator, Yale. Jason Shen, Y Combinator, Stanford University. Larry Chang, Harvard, CHENG. Larry Chang is Stanford, but mostly Wharton, but really University of Illinois. Do all 6'2" Chinese guys know about Founders Fund? Do all 6'2" Chinese guys know about Fund of Founders? Number 7, a joke franchise. Good job paying attention. Good job with your brain. You see, a joke franchise just happened. Because Founders Fund is the joke. Happy New Year! How are you? Good to see you. We're dropping jokes inside of comedy, which is being hilarious, doing stand-up comedy, sitting down. What would be a joke fund of money? That would be Fund of Founders 9. When we crank through jokes, we matriculate into understanding Roman numerals. Why are they so hard to understand? Roman numerals are meant to keep the people in the dark. Roman numerals make it impossible to do math. Roman numerals are a symptom of why women and men are having a hard time right now with the economy. How's your math skills? Do you show up at math class without having taken math before math class? That's what this channel is. For example, what they don't teach you in school. Eye drops, they actually dry out your eyeball. Dandruff shampoo, it actually ruins your scalp, causing you to be addicted to dandruff shampoo. Products that are sold to you, would you like to take an antidepressant drug? Oops, side effect is you kill yourself 15% of the time. Would you like therapy? Peer pressure you to go to therapy. Has modern therapy, modern psychology, ever solved a problem? Or are you just unwittingly part of somebody else's business model? Wittingly, unwittingly, what other products work opposite of the way that they're sold? That would be Roman numerals, because it sounds very mystical and specific. Super Bowl LVIII. That would be Super Bowl 58 2 years ago, because this year is February 8, 2026 Super Bowl, which is Super Bowl LX. When I say Super Bowl LVIII, what we're doing is becoming able to not take a dump on the street. Because when you're asking, hey Larry, can I poo in the street? I'm saying Indian people. When you eat cow poop, you're trying to take power over the fact that there's poop everywhere. In the same way that you throw homosexual Hail Marys, you cum or poo or pee in your hand and you throw it everywhere. That's something I had a hard time understanding. You see, Roman numerals at least had a sewage system from 2026 years ago. You see, look at the calendar, it's Jesus 1. But now look at your sewage system inside of Pakistan and India. The sewage system, it doesn't exist. It's one big brown river of poop water. There are people showering right now in poop water. This is Roman numerals. Did I answer your question about where you can poop? Cool. Let's delve into, perfectly on script, what Nick Fuentes got right, what Nick Fuentes got wrong. You see, when you let everybody talk equal amounts, instead of just letting the genius people talk, the dumb people expose themselves. But they don't just expose dumb people being dumb because that's mildly entertaining. What's massively entertaining is I didn't know that some dumb people are dumb because of incest. You see, the dumbest people in America, they live in Oregon. People in Oregon, they date their own family members. But it's not just cousins marrying cousins. India, Pakistan, I'm going to get to you in a moment. Jewish people who have sex with family members inside your Jewish family, I'm going to get to you guys in a second. But what happens is you ask questions. Larry, can I defecate right here? Your mouth is defecating into your keyboard. I drink. I could have peed in the streets. You see, sewage and discarding pee and poo, that's a 2025-year-old technology. Rome was cleaner than most parts of India and Pakistan. What we're exploring here is Nick Fuentes. I can't believe what he said about Indian people and Pakistani people was actually true. I didn't know that eating poop, what the vice president, I'll quote him, eating shit, I didn't know that that's actually a practice. Playing 5D chess versus a boomer. Hitler, Darth Vader, scarcity mindset. Chicago, Marshall Fields. Counter interrogation. When people ask you, hey, are you Larry Chang? You're going to need to be able to counter interrogate the bad questions. Sometimes questions aren't just disempowering. Sometimes questions are meant to bait people into, oh my God, the Portland area has a ginormously high contingent of family members that are trying to have sex with other family members. When I heard that, I was like, you mean 23-year-old first cousins having sex with 24-year-old first cousins? I have a lot of hot first cousins. That's why I thought that. But family member sex, it's darker, and let's just say the age disparity is not 1 year. Citing an uncle at Marshall Field Security. Interrogation. John R. Reed, he's the father of modern interrogation. I met him via Marshall Fields Security. You see, it turns out 1 in 4 employees, back when the economy was good, was trying to do active damage to their own company. 1 in 4 employees. Now that the economy is going to hell in a handbasket, that number, I'm going to guess, is significantly higher. What number am I talking about? I'm talking about employees that are trying to actively damage their company via theft, via pilfering, via espionage, via shoplifting from your own company, via pilferage. When you're questioning these employees that are stealing, there's a methodology for interrogation. Did you steal the money for your drug habit, or did you steal money to feed your kids? Gotcha clips. When you ask questions and people say answers, most people lie 15-20%. When you understand that truth, it makes asking questions more directional. Just because I'm not responding to the boob selfies that you're sending, that doesn't make the Texan that you're talking to LGBT. Just because you're sending boob pictures, aka boob selfies, aka bathroom selfies, and I'm not responding with a thumbs up emoji, don't think that it's not because your boobs are nice. It's just because I currently have a girlfriend. Thank you for throwing vagina at 100 miles an hour. Inside pitch, chin music. Because I can imagine my chin on your boobs. I can. But the reason I don't respond, your boobs are lovely, by the way. They're lovely. But the reason I don't respond is, and by the way, I looked up your geotag. Those are legit pictures. At first I thought those are fake pictures from the internet. Oh no, you took those pictures 12:26 at 8:15 a.m. Miami time. So kudos to you. Kudos. Your boobs are amazing. The reason I'm not responding to them isn't because I'm gay, the way that you're now patrolling. The reason for that is I don't want to have a relationship start where, hey, daddy, how did you meet mommy? Oh, she threw vagina at me 117 miles an hour, chin music. Gotcha clips. A part of me doesn't respond to your boob selfies because I'm worried that you're actually a robot asking me for, hey, send me something naked of yours. Gotcha. Gotcha. So when you're projecting your economic situation, you're explaining more about your economic situation than you are understanding my economic situation. Because while there's Stanford everywhere, the amount of student debt I have in going to Stanford, undergrad, Stanford, business school, Stanford PhD, is $0. Why? Is it because I self-funded my education? Sort of. It's because I didn't attend Stanford University. I did not attend Stanford University. I actually paid to work there. Everyone was hoping that eventually I would go away. This is how to make me go away from Stanford University. You give me a PhD and you give me compliments. Guys like me get bored in a hurry. This is not my first rodeo. Number 9, what Nick Fuentes got right, what Nick Fuentes got wrong. You see, when you say negative things, I get empowered. That's why I rose. You see, at Stanford, I paid $3 for what other people pay $275,000 from. That's what this channel's about. You should be able to work at the Golden Arches after about 5 years of trying to do YouTube. You're not even monetized. I'm monetizing me while I'm monetizing you, as there's a unicorn literally sitting above my head. Let's explain monetization. You absolute retard. This is what it is. Forgive yourself. Everybody's retarded compared to me. Everybody. This is monetization. We do not want to let a technology overlord be our monetization. What's a tech overlord? That would be Yang Fang, which is Facebook, Alphabet, which is YouTube. Did you know that? Did you know that Google Alphabet owns YouTube?
Did you even know that my friends started YouTube from the University of Illinois? No pressure, okay? Keep up. Stanford honorary degree coming from Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, Larry Chang, imminently, which is being able to monetize, which is, Larry, is it true that I can spend $3 and make $275,000? It is. It is. Because the $3 for $275,000, it works like this. Fang Yang is Netflix, Google, Alphabet, Facebook. Yang Fang is Google, Netflix, that A company that Joe Lonsdale started, Aribatha, and then Y is Y Combinator. So Yang Fang is a knee-jerk reaction to big tech. So big tech is basically 40 to 80% of the U.S. economy. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It was bullshit back when it was 10% of the economy. Now that it's 50% of the economy, it's BS that we can actually benefit from. Why? Because if everybody is eating and drinking poop, we're in a caste system of let's try to eat slightly less poop. Let's try to not see this as, oh, this is all recording in some shows. What this is spinning up deliciously specific content. We're still talking about monetization, not my first rodeo. You see, when I say this truth, this pulls you up out of the shit. What is YouTube? It's brain rot. It's lying people who are trying to get you to buy a workshop while they themselves are leasing a sports car, doing content in their vehicle while not even being a single-digit millionaire. That's the lowest form of humanity in Silicon Valley, is a single-digit millionaire. The lowest. And that's not meant to disparage people who only have a single-digit number of millions. That's to explain the difference between base camp and ceiling. So in athletics, people talk about a concept similar to monetization, which is I allocated draft capital for the dead last pick, Mr. Irrelevant, draft pick number 262. I allocated draft capital. That draft capital, you don't know what popcorn is going to pop. This is why you don't outsource monetization to Fang Yang. You don't outsource your ability to make financial literate learnings based on what technology tells you to do. That's why you're 20 years away from a 4-year degree. That's why you're 9 years away from a 4-year degree. Because you think you're 4 years away from a 4-year degree to Stanford University, you're actually 15 to 18 years away from that 4-year degree. Me, it would take me less than 12 months to get a 4-year Stanford engineering degree. That math is correct. This is also correct math. This is not popular. The reason there are 2 other people watching with you is these truths
They're going to be popular, but only after 10 more years where the Great Depression, it's no longer going to be a secret. People are going to turn America into a third world country. Enjoy poop everywhere. Enjoy poop everywhere. It's beginning to shit a lot like a shitty country. It's beginning to shit a lot like Shitgistan. Everywhere I look. Solution. Spend $3, try to make $275K, which is this. That's how I got into Stanford. Is I spent $3 on a used textbook. Have you heard me ever mention Irv Grosbeck? You see Irv Grosbeck as the owner of the Boston Celtics. That's how you see him. And then you see him as, no way does Larry even know him. Cool, do you get to go to Boston Celtics games? I would not watch NBA Pro Basketball courtside, even if it were free. Why? Because if I'm sitting courtside at Irv Grosbeck Boston Celtics game, they would say, hey, dude, can you sub in? You look like you're really good at basketball. Why do all the famous people come over and ask you questions? I'm not going to go sit somewhere that should be a vacation and then people ask me work-related questions, right? This is how you can not only be impressed at what I know, but also be impressed at how I learned it. You see, I was not always friends with Irv Grosbeck. I was not always mentor-mentee with Irv Grosbeck because I used to not know him. But how did I get to know him? Almost better than he knows himself. Ask yourself that question.
monetization. The whole key to this game is to not spend any money to make money. This is the perfect time in the economy to do this. Why? Because people are depressed out of their mind. Depressed out of their mind. They're depressed out of their mind because the economy's depressed. It's just being hidden from you. I won't hide anything from you. I'm not going to hide anything from you. I'm definitely not going to hide the fact that you should buy one new pair of socks for yourself. The joke of, hey, I got you socks. Here's your problem right now is you're wearing 3-day-old socks. Here's the problem. Your socks, they're not in the best condition. By buying at least one new pair of socks, you're going to understand monetization. Because what we're doing with monetization is understanding that we're DJing trash into treasure. You're welcome. Monetization, $3 into $275,000. Don't let this intimidate you, which is being able to take a book that you buy for less than $10 and then asking yourself, oh my God, Larry Chang made $275,000. If you're Chinese, this is going to work great for you. This is just your parents making you take math class before math class. That's what the $3 textbook is used for, is being able to benefit $275,000 for a $4 book. You see, I understand why some people like Nick Fuentes read books and some people don't ever read a book. It's because you've never financially benefited from reading a book. It's because for you, a book is a financial detriment because you buy a book because you get all excited that somebody recommended this book and the benefits of having read this book. For example, New Venture Creation and The Entrepreneur. You get all excited, but then you buy the book, and then now that you own the book, it's reminding you that you bought a book for $50. You haven't read 2 chapters. You bought a book for $14 because you bought the paperback version. It's damaged. Your brain's damaged. You haven't read 2 pages. And when you think, I can't read, that's projection in 4K. Because when you think, I can't read, we did a video yesterday on, I'm going to force you to read 5 pages, Dylan Haley. You can't read. So I am proving it right now because I'm quoting you page numbers from a book that I read, obviously, but I also memorized. This is Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. Because this is on the other side of you not being able to read, is you never quoting book, chapter, verse, which is you're going to prove to other people that you can kind of read. This is the trick. This one trick is going to make this video the most valuable video you've ever watched. Congratulations on making moderator, though. I will not demote you. Which is Mushi, Moshia, Mushi. This is from a future book
that I read and wrote. Yes, I use AI to write books that I then read. Why? Because this book, it's currently in my head right now. Enjoy page 172 from the book Mushi Mushi Mushi, which is a sequel with a bibliography. Do you know what a bibliography is, non-reader? A bibliography is where the book that you're reading, it came from another book. Mushi Mushi Mushi, it came from chapter 13 of a book called Limitless. Limitless, written by Jim Quick. Limitless. I wish I had a copy nearby. Limitless. I wish I had a copy nearby. This book is ginormous. And treating this book like it's a card trick takes ginormous hands. Where I'm holding up the book one-dimensionally and then showing you the book three-dimensionally. You see, chapter 13 of his book is on memory. And when you say, I don't think you can read, prove it, you're proving it to yourself using mushi, mushi, mushi. Larry, you keep saying that. Are you fucking speaking Chinese? You gloriously gorgeous man? Are you speaking Chinese to me? Because I don't know any Mandarin. Actually, you sly girl. You take Mandarin classes, you know what mushi is. Because in my super American born Chinese accent, I'm saying mushi, but if my pronunciation worked better, it would be muoxie. Muoxie is the torture of a tiger dad, tiger mom, making a kid not only read, but also, I know, I'm hitting my marker, producer, I'm hitting my marker. Not only being able to read, but to memorize and write out what you just read. Where you have to memorize 3 paragraphs and then write out all 3 paragraphs. If you make more than 3 mistakes, you gotta do it all over again. Think about that torture. Muoxie. Muoxie is literally brain torture, where you have to memorize it and you have to write it. Remember, I don't even know how to write Chinese. Now I gotta memorize Chinese, 3 paragraphs of it, in a 3 paragraphs. Like I have to memorize 3 paragraphs. And then I gotta write it all out in Chinese. It's literally torture. People right now can't even write 12 sentences. This is who you're doing battle against. Which is people who can muoxie. Why do I say muoxie, muoxie, muoxie? I say this because this is free money, because your brain now operates where you remember what you write down. You're doing mushi 3 times. Initially, you hear something new, monetization, $3 into $275,000. Most people, the way they listen is, oh, cool. I just met the smartest human on the planet. He's trying to get me to be slightly better. I'm too intimidated to start. Or you could be watching this video from South Asia. And when I say Asia South, I mean way south. When I'm saying Asia, I mean it's not even Asian. Stop calling Chinese people Asian, because that's
worse than the N-word hard R. N-word hard R is like cool. Soft A, cool. Calling a Chinese person Asian is not cool because of South Asian. Because if you're watching from South Asia, great at English, good job. You would hear this and say, this is some form of Jugad. This is some form of a Jugad. Jugaad. I didn't know that Hindi and Yiddish were the same language, because I am a Jugad, king of the Jews, explaining to you Jugad. The reason I'm doing this is to explain to you what Jugad is. You see, Hindi is so close, but so far away. Command of the English language, incredibly high. Entrepreneurship spirit via Jugads. JBA, it's free. What do I do this for? You're going to get a Jugad in business administration, aka a JBA, better than an MBA. Why? Because you went to the MIT of IIT, or you went to the MIT of India. I went to the University of California in Illinois. Stop saying that you went to the Harvard of India. Just stop saying that. Just stop saying that. Because now you can go to the Stanford of Stanford via Chad Hurley and Steve Chen's website, YouTube. Just say thank you. Just say thank you, because your brain right now, it's on too much Jugading, which is this a scam? You see, I'm broadcasting the signal from the capital of Silicon Valley, Austin, Texas. Well, technically Miami, but it's one of the same ecosystem. Why? Because it's one short nap to fly into SJC, OAK, SFO, IWI. Sometimes I do fly commercial. I sometimes fly You Need It. United is you need it, because sometimes the airplane gas is $60,000 or first class $500 round trip. And you're like, $500 round trip? How shitty is this economy? How shitty is this economy? Jugad in business administration. Larry, are you just making up degrees? No, that's your country. This is a real degree. This is what I'm talking about. You see, Stanford University, we use these specialized books and technology. The books that we use are called textbooks. You've never used a textbook because you never graduated from your four-year school. You have never bought a textbook of a class that you should have learned from and then self-studied. Remember how many times you said, oh, a college degree, it's just a piece of paper. Well, that piece of paper you don't need. I agree. But you kind of do need 3 to 5 of the courses that they teach at that school that you say it's just a piece of paper. Self-study, that's reading a book. Self-study, that's mushy, mushy, mushy. Self-study, which is impossible because dopamine. Self-study on your phone, being distracted. Self-study, not only studying once, but memorizing critical passages. Larry, what do you do this for? I'm doing this because I want to make $575,000 from retards. You see, retards don't pay. This is why we try to make money from rich people. It's okay. But this is also a quote that's a money quote. It's a Japanese philosopher. Let me pull him up so that way we can benefit from being a student. To transcend retardation, you must first embrace it. Let me repeat that. To transcend retardation, we must first embrace it. Miyamoto Musashi. To transcend retardation, we must first embrace it. Do you feel like this whole channel is about embracing our inner retard? Do you feel like this whole channel is about embracing the fact that we have a unicorn light, it's currently off right now? Because when we're traveling as a minority, as a person of color traveling, we don't want to just haphazardly travel. We want to be able to call on the Attorney General of the state. That's my first phone call. How are you liking this video? You see, we're playing 4D chess intrinsically. 4D chess is just 3D chess plus time. You can't, even if you're the worst chess player in the world, you're still playing 4D chess. Being able to go back in time, that's playing 5D chess. This is going back in time. This is going back in time to give consent. This is going back in time to say, oh, I should have said this. This is being able to toggle time. This is time, space, space, time. Because one of the reasons that women hate other women is similar to why other black people hate black people. When there's a civil war, nobody wins. When there's Jewish people hating other Jewish people or Jewish people damaging other Jewish people, baby Jesus gets sad. Even though Jewish people, they're the ones who killed Jesus, allegedly. Civil war. When you have a fight with yourself, civil war, nobody wins a civil war by definition of the fact that it's a civil war. Is the United States headed towards civil war? Thank goodness no, because this collapse of this Roman Empire, it's got Wi-Fi. Is this revolution going to be broadcast? Yeah, you can't turn the internet off even with an EMP weapon. This internet, you can't turn off because of Starlink. This internet and Bitcoin and magical internet money, you can't stop it. This is why I'm stopping women hating on other women. Why? Because when the money's super fake, we're confused. You see, we're wondering, hey, why can't somebody doesn't understand aerospace engineering? But that's okay, because I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you. It's going to be incredibly viral. which is Pennsylvania Penn, UPenn. How many years away are you from a 4-year degree at University of Pennsylvania? Because you can be a woman hating on me as a woman. You got my pronouns correct. She, they, her. Because woman to woman, I'm going to ask you a question, which is, how are you going to cancel Starlink? How many years away from a 4-year undergraduate in engineering are you? How many years? How many years? Because if we're being honest about the number of years, that would be 30 years. You're 30. No, that's not true. Everyone assumes that you're 4 years away from a 4-year degree, but then you don't know what I know about University of California, San Diego. Cheers. Because University of San Diego, 1/10, if not 1/5 of the incoming freshman class cannot do math at the 7th grade level. Ladies, it's your favorite female thought leader who writes at Women 2.0. Ladies, it's your favorite thought leader who writes at Girls in Tech. Adriana Gascoigne and Annie Chang, editors. Larry, you're hilarious. Would you write that in an article? I would. Because what you're not adhering to is how many years away from a 4-year engineering degree are you? Because just because there's the word 4 inside of 4-year degree does not mean you're 4 years away. This is DEI in a nutshell, which is, who are you going to hire? Who are you going to hire? Harvard, Stanford, color skin agnostic, or are you going to hire the Chinese kid who went to UC Irvine? Everybody right now is hiring the Chinese kid from UC Irvine. Why? One, it's a shitty school, but it's not that shitty. Two, it would take UC Irvine 2 years or 6 months to graduate from University of Pennsylvania Engineering School. This is the unpopular truth of the Ivy League, because UC Irvine, women hating women, it's like that 7, a girl who's a 7, she's making $300,000 as a pharmaceutical rep. Why? Because pharmaceutical recruiters, they're trying to hire 7s. They're not trying to hire 9s, and they're definitely not trying to hire 10s. Trust me, I'm a 10, and I'm feeling discriminated against. Good news, I don't have to go be a hot sales rep. I can be a hot area manager working at the company that I started. Are you really Larry Chang? No, I'm Larry Chang. That's how I disguised myself. Ditto when I was writing as a woman, also named Larry Chang. Larry, you write a lot. Where else have you published? Where else have you published besides your 13,000 blog posts at Duck9, TechCrunch, VentureBeat, GigaOM, Business Week, Fast Company? My stuff distributes everywhere. You see, what we're doing as a person of color traveling so much is protecting ourselves in case we get legally attacked. Before you land wheels down, always look up the Attorney General and the District Attorney. That's your first phone call for in case police harass you. You want to memorize their office number because law enforcement, they have a boss, and their boss has a boss. And then 7 more bosses up the food chain, that would be the district attorney and the attorney general. This is why when women hate on other women, all the women all run to the mother hen. That's Larry Chang. Hey, Larry, your channel's so awesome. What do you hope to gain from this? I'm gaining it as I'm hoping to already have gained. We're 380 minutes in with no signs of stopping. Okay, maybe some signs of stopping. Ooh, should we stop for a little bit? The reason they can't do math is because they literally can't do math. They can't even do math with the calculator. That's the state of illiteracy and math. That's the state of illiteracy and math. Dimitri? Let's go! Let's go. Enjoy grapefruit. Let me peel one for you. Let me peel one for you. Larry, I'm too busy to peel my own grapefruit. Larry, will you peel a grapefruit for me? Larry, I can't believe you just ate a grapefruit. Larry, what happens if you swallow the seeds? Larry, is this the best channel ever? I don't know. You tell me. I think it's mid. I think it's okay. What part is over your head? No, no, no. That's not, I mean, thank you. Okay. At the risk of sounding like a mansplainer, at this risk, making everyone a moderator. Two moderators, one Larry Chang. Two girls, one cup. Why do we hate women when we ourselves are a woman? Why are we literally shitting in each other's mouths and getting paid for it? Two girls, one cup. Why are we throwing up what we just ate back into the cup just so that way it's going to get done to us? Two girls, one cup. When women hate other women, women poop in each other's mouths and throw up in each other's mouths. Let's no longer do that. Let's no longer do that. That's what this video is about. Why women hate each other. How we as women are no longer going to hate on each other. No more. Where two girls, one cup is, it's actually hateful. It's actually hateful. It's not a hate video. And it's not hate speech because technically I don't think they're even talking. But what we're doing is two girls, one cup of knowledge. We've been dispensing fortune cookie sized knowledge nuggets from a land of truth. Because thank you for sharing. But what's more important than you sharing it with somebody else is for you to financially benefit before this video ends. So the stuff that's over people's head, it's actually more underneath you, beneath you, because it's actually remedial, retarded. Did you just call yourself retarded? I can, because me and my 88 points of IQ, we run this ecosystem. Stanford. Entrepreneurship. #1 in entrepreneurship understanding, distributing entrepreneurship truths via a hashtag that is not going to go over your head. Compression algorithm. That's what physics is F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration. By having an algorithm that's compressed, now you can predict other MAs, other mass that's accelerated. But what we're trying to calculate here is we're trying to calculate the number of days until the next Christmas. And maybe that doesn't apply to you because, Larry, I love Christmas. I'm in for whatever you want to do. That's the attitude at a person, at a woman, at a girl, which is the number of days until Christmas comes again is 358, 351. The number of days until the Super Bowl is, today is day number 34. When a lot of people don't know that today's January 3rd, when do you go back to work? January 6th. Cool. What day is it today? No clue. I just know I have a couple more days off. Is it Saturday? When you're on vacation, no one knows what day it is. True story? How can you benefit, Larry Chang? How can you benefit when rich people think every day is Saturday? This is how we benefit. We benefit because we don't call today January 3rd. We call today day number 34 of the hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. The reason we call it that is a hashtag is just a compression algorithm. Did you even know that the Super Bowl was in San Francisco? Did you think that you could financially benefit by staying at the East Palo Alto Four Seasons? Four Seasons. The one in Austin, it's about to go bankrupt. The Four Seasons. The one in Vancouver already is bankrupt. The Four Seasons. Yes, rich people get richer, but do rich people even stay in a Four Seasons? Isn't it just the middle class people who are pretending to be rich staying at the Four Seasons? What about the middle class? Didn't they get decimated? True story. There's a secret war that's overt that's going on against the middle class. Four Seasons in Austin, about to go bankrupt. Four Seasons in East Palo Alto, not bankrupt yet. San Francisco. The Super Bowl is actually in Santa Clara. Are you trying to make me a mod? Are you trying to make yourself a mod? Oh my God, I'm getting you and me mixed up. Oops. The blood is going to the wrong places. You have me all turned around. You have me all turned around. You have me all turned around. As I turn around in a 720, back going forward, I'm no longer turned around. I got spun around. You spin me round, round. I could sing a country song about it. That would be called Song 1. Your phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. Song 2, Vagina Whisperer. Song 3, Pussy Magnet. Song 4 is over on my Twitter. So wrong. So wrong. I'm not going to say go get a parent guardian because you're an adult, but that is so wrong. You know what? Go get a parent and guardian. Go get a parent guardian. Go get both your mom and your dad. I consent to you going to ask your parents if you're under 22 years old. Now I'm really turned around. Compression algorithm. If you're older than 21 years old, you can do this, which is what they do teach you at Stanford Engineering, which is take Engineering 145 before you apply to Stanford to take Stanford Engineering. You see, you don't want to just show up at math class and then hope that math class magically gets aced. You know those kids that you think are a brainiac? Well, those kids, they already took math class at home. Those kids are called Chinese kids. This is why Oriental kids tutor you in math and science, because there's a circle of teaching. You see, first we learn it, then we teach it, then we marinate in it, then we revisit it. That's how we want to take Engineering 145. I need a quick break. Where's the legend? I'm going to need some wisdom. Let's go. One-on-one, baby. One-on-one. I love the energy. 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 Thank you for throwing vagina. Thank you. What do you guys want to talk about? Oh my God, there's so many comments. We're talking about women hating other women. What's going on with that? What's going on with what you're talking about? Nobody panic. There's a 49ers game on. Today is day number 34. Hashtag 55 days of Gemini 3 at SF Super Bowl. How many times a day do you floss? How many times per week do you floss? What do you do with your discarded dental floss? Is there a great way to discard dental floss? My dog thinks that I'm a prolific scorer because I never miss a shot. Self-care, mental care. How many times do you floss? Is this a way to manage our treasure? Because there are so many distractions in the world. There are so many distractions in the world. When we're distracted by things such as news media, White House Twitter, getting distracted. Do you see how hard it is, even on a Saturday, to try to compete for attention? Do you see how even though the world is burning down, world leaders are kidnapping world leaders, we still have to produce. Bread and circus. This isn't the first time a Roman Empire has collapsed. Bread and circus. This is not the first time I've thought about the Roman Empire. Bread and circus. When women hate other women, especially more so now, because of the Roman Empire, United States of America, it's slowly dying. This is not my first rodeo. This is what's going on. You see, when women hate other women, we're trying to not solve problems. We're trying to cause problems that then may or may not be solved. Old way. The old way was to cause a problem and then solve the problem that you caused. This is the conundrum of the fair sex. This is the whimsical nature of rationale and accountability. This is us solving Bumble, where we go from video to video, turning around one thing. You see, what we're doing here is not griping about the news. We're not complaining about men treating us horribly. We're not complaining about how things are. We're trying to deliver one small positive thing. We've done that a couple hundred times. Let's keep doing it. You might just be joining. Because instead of us focusing on news and urgent news, which doesn't really affect us, what can we do to become slightly more mentally healthy? What can we do in this climate of, I didn't know that we were going to go to war again? This is where we don't have to be in an internal civil war. This is what's meant to distract us. This is what's meant by bread and circus. Because outside of this country, causing a problem, solving a problem, what problem are we causing? That would be a war with South America. Do we really need to be in another foreign war? How's that war in Ukraine going? This is all in avoidance of civil war. This is between our ears. This is mental health. What can we do with civil war between our ears? 1, we can forgive ourselves if we have negative thoughts. 2, civil war. When we're asleep, does our mind race? When we're awake, is our brain groggy? If that's true, we're asleep when we're awake when we're asleep. That's internal civil war. Let's solve it from our stomach. Let's try to get into circadian rhythm. Let's not be angry at our husbands who are sleeping like a naughty child. Let's not ruin other people's naps. Let's try to cheer for people that are able to sleep properly. Counterintuitive, now intuitive, which is we want to cheer for the people that are in our midst. We don't just need to cause havoc like we're in the Garden of Eden and we're just going to eat random fruit that we were told, hey, no random fruit. Women's bosses, as women, women's bosses as men. The reason that women sometimes don't make the best bosses for other women is the name of this video, which is women sometimes don't get along with other women. This is alleviated by us doing something simple. This is our solution, which is, what if we were to not hate women who have the type of women that have 82 more eggs than we do, aka 7 years younger? Because just because you can smell the fact that she's got slightly more eggs than you, that doesn't mean that she's immediately an enemy. This is where, when we say this truth, which is women, sometimes we are our own worst enemy. Women, sometimes there's a civil war going on. Being nice to each other, because we're not exactly sure what secret battles that people are engaged with themselves against. Being kind to each other, praying for each other, cheering each other on, where we're not just going to assume that a person who's Debbie Downering our non-Down syndrome child, being a negative Nancy, a Karen that's trying to get us canceled. What if we just manipulated our own brain to do one thing slightly more positively? What if we were to be cognizant of the choices that we make? There's a random person fishing. There are random kids playing and making a ruckus. What if we cheered for those people to actually make more noise? What if we acquiesced and said, I'm going to default, choose the positive. I'm going to default, not immediately hate another woman for some emotional reason that I just can't put my finger on. You see, you've watched all the way to the end of this video. You could have stopped watching a long time ago, but you watched all the way to the end, and for that, it's incredibly commendable. You could have hurled, you could have thrown up a little bit in your mouth, but instead, you swallowed it, you swallowed it. You swallowed it, you laughed a couple times, and then you slowly came around. I felt you slowly coming, and then I felt you coming again. And I thank you for coming over and over, because when you dip in and out, you're managing your own attention you're helping yourself while you're helping me help you. Has this video been super helpful? I don't need you to support this channel. I need you to be kinder to yourself. I definitely don't need you to like this video because normally my videos get a single-digit number of likes. I'm playing with house liking right now. I'm playing with house winnings right now. I'm playing on house liking. I'm way above my normal like total. I don't even care about likes. What I care about is, will you journal, do some morning pages, and write about how this emotionally impacted you? And if it did something more than emotionally impact you, did it cause you to take action? Did it cause you to stimulate yourself? Not like that, but stimulate your beta, alpha, theta, delta waves. You see, if you're default angry at the smallest of things, you now realize what I realized, which researchers will realize in the future, is that our vaginas, they produce chemicals that cause beta waves in our brain to form. When our brain is too beta wavy, we become, by default, beta males with beta brain waves. Larry, explain to me these different brain waves. How does this affect women hating other women? I will. Beta, alpha, theta, delta. Theta brain waves are our brain on meditation. When we're properly meditating, our brains are healing our bodies. This is women's bodies, Larry Chang's wisdom, women's brains. Because beta, alpha, theta, delta is right out of chapter 3 of Becoming Supernatural. Let's explore beta, alpha, theta, and delta brain waves, because when you're causing a problem, you know when you do that, you're causing a problem for no reason because you're trying to experience and grapple onto indignation. Sometimes when you get angry via indignation, it feels so good. It finally feels like we're being alive. But here's the problem is, like dopamine, beta waves are a mortgage on our brain's mental health. Having indignation when we're young, our bodies recover, our elasticity is very pliable. Look at our boobs. Our boobs and skin bags and glowiness of skin, they're massively impacted by what our heart, brain, body coherence do. This is beta brainwaves. This is not a word salad. Stop saying salad. When was the last time you ate a salad? When you say word salad, you're saying don't explain it to me simply, explain it to me complex. Now that I'm talking at the beta, alpha, theta, delta brainwaves, you're saying word salad because we don't have the confidence as women to say, Larry, can you explain it to me like I'm 39 years old, post-menopausal? Larry, can you explain it to me simpler? Larry, you're a woman, but can you mansplain it to me? Because when you say word salad, you're revealing the fact that mansplaining is a word meant to psychologically castrate. Because you're trying to steal power, we should share power. You're trying to leverage power, we should be fulcruming power. You're trying to corral and squeeze power, we should be swiveling our hips towards power. Has this been a song and dance that you have very much enjoyed? Because we're way past the end, at the end. Because if we swivel our hips, we're doing a mental tango where we get to improve. We get to improve. We get to improve. We get to improve our brain because the video started off with women hating other women. But you don't see any hate coming from women to other women. That's because I prayed the hate away. Larry, you're super hot. I want to date you. Can you focus? Instead of throwing vagina at a lesbian named Larry Chang, can you just focus? I would date you. I would date you. I would date you. Oh, I would totally date you. Beta, alpha, theta, delta. Tell me the most impactful 19 things that you learned. I dropped about 250 Easter eggs. I will be gift card. Get a gift card when you email or social media post 8 Easter eggs. So after you post the 8 Easter eggs, you buy a $200 gift card to P.F. Chang's, and then you send it to Larry Chang. Don't send it. That's a joke. That's a joke. Don't send it. And whatever you do, don't send it to my company address, Duck9, 2021 Midwest Road, Suite 200, second floor, Oak Brook, Illinois. Oak like the tree, brook like the little river. Illinois, IL 60521. I'll see you shortly. I'll see you actually immediately. You're probably watching another video.